Nomad building walls, I'm building bridges to greatness, demanding excellence, no time for complacence. Act right or act out, the choice is always clear. My presence is my power, my standards draw the line here. Elevation, protocol, rising above the chaos, taking control. My values not negotiable, my worth is my law. Surrounding myself with excellence, that's what I saw. I'm not building walls, I'm building bridges to greatness, demanding excellence, no time for complacence. Act right or act out, the choice is always clear. My presence is my power, my standards draw the line here. This is the elevation, protocol, rising above the chaos, taking control. My values not negotiable, my worth is my law. Surrounding myself with excellence, that's what I saw. This is the elevation, protocol, rising above the chaos, taking control. My values not negotiable, my worth is my law. Surrounding myself with excellence, that's what I saw. I'm not building walls, I'm building bridges to greatness, demanding excellence, no time for complacence. Act right or act out, the choice is always clear. My presence is my power, my standards draw the line here. I'm not building walls, I'm building bridges to greatness, demanding excellence. No time for complacence. Act right or act out. The choice is always clear. My presence is my power. My standards draw the line here. Bridges to greatness, demanding excellence, no time for complacence. Act right or act out, the choice is always clear. My presence is my power, my standards draw the line here. I'm not building walls, I'm building bridges to greatness, demanding excellence, no time for complacence. Act right or act out, the choice is always clear. My presence is my power, my standards draw the line here. I'm not building walls, I'm building bridges to greatness, demanding excellence, no time for complacence. Act right or act out, the choice is always clear. My presence is my power, my standards draw the line here. My standards draw the line here. My standards draw the line here. I'm not building walls.
All right. How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Whew. I know we late. So they done turned off the damn towers. I'm operating off a cell phone yet again. It's just gonna be one of them nights. We trying to figure it out. But like I told you guys, we don't let the sun rise without going live. So we ask you guys to like and subscribe, and also take a look at the membership and hit those notification buttons. Now, tonight here on This and That, we're going to be talking about a country, Haiti. So I think I hit the nail on the head yesterday. We're going to be talking about Haiti. But before we get started, um, we've been following along with things that's going on with the Iran conflict, and nothing has changed. The conflict is still ongoing. We also recognize that TikTok's kind of leveled out, but it's still kind of a little bit new. We're also observing Oracle stocks are improving because of the observations of TikTok in the United States. And we're also recognizing that we're in April, so you've got like 12 days left to do your taxes. So kind of got to get up off your keister, meester, and perform. Beyond that, we're looking at um, we're looking at a different observation for what we're trying to accomplish in upcoming performance with everything else, because DHS, they're still not getting paid. I don't know what these folks are going to do. 2 months with no paycheck. I did say it was going to creep on into April. They got no reason to make many changes. Now, I heard that TSA is not allowed to wear their mask in the airport, but that's it. That's all I heard. They we're hearing less reports about conflicts in the street. We're hearing less reports about protests, but they're still out there, you know. But they haven't come to a reasonable solution, and since they haven't come to a reasonable solution, the issue is people are not getting what they're expecting to get if they're TSA agents. Hopefully that matter will resolve itself. Now, while we're live 7 nights a week, we come up with a different topic every night of the week. Typically on Sundays, we start with questions and comments from the fans. Y'all got questions, I got answers about y'all, not about me. Maybe in the private shows, for the members who pay for the membership, I might answer some questions about myself. But the rest of you guys, I help y'all with making decisions about y'all self. Just like I told Charlie, special shout out to Charlie the other day when he was trying to question the quantity of degrees that I have to validate whether or not I am allowed to communicate about things that I've found and things that you should go do your research on and pay attention to. And I find it entertaining in some sorts, because heckling is only good for so much. But the thought process is that common knowledge is not all too common, and reason being is because in today's society, nobody respects your opinion if they don't agree with it. So before they devalue the information itself, they devalue the person that's delivering the information, then completely ignore the information because they have no value in the person that brought the information. And that is a bad position to have. It is expectedly required for you to keep your eyes and ears open and pay attention to all information from all places, even if you don't like the deliverer of the message, because you might actually benefit from the information, even if you don't like the other person. Billionaires become billionaires because we can hate each other's guts and still make money together, because it's all about being invested in the same deal. We don't got to sit in the same room. We don't got to shake each other's hands, but we do have to invest in the same money making opportunity so that we can both get paid. The broke mentality. If one of us was short, one investor, we would let the whole deal flop before we get our enemy involved with that investment. That's not the way we need to operate. In all honesty, we have to recognize that if we are going to be successful in life, if all you needed is one more person and the only person you hate that person's guts, it's like, look, man, water under the bridge. Let's get this money. Broke mindset is that they will sacrifice their success so that no one else can succeed with them. And that is not the proper mindset for you to have, you know, especially if you're trying to excel. Because if you think that for every person that you interact with, that's $1 of profit in your pocket, a billionaire had to associate and affiliate with a billion people. And in that logic, not everybody you had to associate with did you have to like or even tolerate. You know, it is what it is. Now, outside of Sunday, we typically on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday we discuss business and politics. On Monday, we talk about how politics negatively impacts your ability to make, save, and invest money. On Tuesdays, we talk about ways to make money, ways to save money, ways to invest money, ways to budget money. We give you guys different opportunities to help uh, uh, your abilities to grow. Just like Tuesday yesterday, we discussed my watch list for the core satellite portfolio. And that's when Charles jumped in on it because he didn't like the fact that I was talking about my watch list and why I thought my watch list was something that you should potentially start watching, right? And I asked him, it's like, so why do I have to have 10 degrees to tell you which stocks I'm watching so that you can pay attention to stocks that you might benefit from? If I was your homeboy, if you was doing fantasy football league and I told you which team was potentially not going to succeed based on an injury from one of the players, you would take that knowledge and you would go Google it and verify that one of the players got injured and they're sitting out and they're no longer starting. If you were betting on a horse and I told you that I knew that horse had an issue and you were able to verify that issue from public knowledge and you know that horse is not going to perform to its peak performance, you're going to change your vote. But you changed your vote because I provided you with the knowledge. That is a heads up, which you then utilize that heads up to incorporate into your own research, and then you make decisions based on the knowledge that you obtain. So just like I told Charlie yesterday, I'm not actually really giving you guys the financial advisor advice where I'm telling you, hey, come with me and I'm going to, at your financial expense, put extra money into your pocket. Pay me to put money into your pocket. That's not what I do. I tell you guys, hey, this is public knowledge. And if you use public knowledge to your advantage, you will see positive results. And because you'll see positive results, I encourage you to do your research and take action on the information that you get. But what we don't know is what's the first question to ask. Well, we typically start asking questions on the things that we're most interested in. The things that we're interested in are the things that we know about. So, in order for you to start thinking about ways to invest, what's got to happen? Somebody's got to give you an idea on how to invest. That's where I come in. If I tell you, hey, I was looking at this, I did some research, I found this, I found that, I found the other, and you're interested in it, that's when you now start doing research and start asking questions. First thing you're going to do is you're going to verify if what I said was true. And if it is, then you're going to look into how do you benefit from it? How do you get involved in it? But you would have never gone to look and see if it was true if I hadn't told you it existed, because you're not using it. If you wasn't on the show yesterday, you wasn't using it this year because you didn't know it was out there. And that's typically what happens. And that's why I explained to Charlie, I don't really have to provide you with financial aid advice. I just have to provide you with the opportunity for you to go and get your own advice. Then if you really want to verify all the information, you take notes on all the stuff that was given to you. And then after you take those notes, then you go and curate those notes with whatever internet search that you can do. And then after you've curated those notes, then you take the complete and total package and you bring that to your financial advisor and let them put the finishing touches on whatever it is that you're trying to accomplish at $250 to $350 an hour. But you're going to save money doing it that way, because if you go to your financial advisor prepared, you can give them a packet of information and tell them to, curate it, organize it, put the legal finishing touches on it. And that is less work. If you don't know what you want, they're going to spend 4 to 6 hours going into all the details to find out exactly what you want. Then they're going to put together something close to the template that you would have brought to them just because you were hanging out with me. Then the interesting part is that after you finish doing all that, they're going to spend 1 more hour customizing it after that. You could save thousands of dollars by getting your shit together first. I was talking to a buddy who was trying to buy a house, and he was giving me an observation about how he had 2 different clients. One client would buy the house and start setting up the transfer of utilities the day of the move. And another client was trying to buy the house where they're setting up the utilities the day of the first contract signing before the close. Now, with everything is the way it is, right? if you already know that sometimes service providers don't provide service on weekends and holidays, if you're planning on moving on a weekend, you got to get the utilities turned on before the weekend. If you're moving on a holiday or right after a holiday, you got to get the utilities turned on before the holidays. If you wait till the day of, the probability that somebody drops a ball is significant. If you start making changes 30 days in advance, 45 days in advance, any hiccups, any questions, any concerns, any what ifs can be ironed out for the most part, at least within the first 30 days, within the first 25 days, so that by the time it's time for you to put the final nail in the coffin of this transaction, everything is running smooth, right? And when I was talking to him, I was like, I'm with guy number two because I'm all about making sure that we get shit done ahead of time. And that I should be that way with the podcast and try to have the podcast up and going an hour before, 30 minutes before the show starts. But the reason why I don't do that is for two reasons. One, the internet is still going to get shut down if the live is already running. The same way it would get shut down if it started messing up right before I hit the go live button. So if I just wait until the internet starts to default and then I find a more stable connection and go live late, I get to go live with less of an opportunity of dropping off the map as opposed to going live on time and then losing connection and having to restart the show. So, I just roll the dice on showing up late and maintaining a more stable connection because just like what happened today, the internet is out right now and we're using the phones to power the network. That's the only way that we can function, right? And we're going to have to function this way until something changes. But it's going to work out in our favor. Now, after we finish talking about ways to improve your finances, then we talk about different countries around the world, which is what we're doing today, that you can potentially live at and potentially invest. Since we non-discriminately cover all of the countries, at least one country or more every week, sometimes we cover countries that probably shouldn't go to, which is what we're going to be doing today. Covering a country that's probably off of our to-do list because there's over 200 countries around the world. 200 at least. There's more than 200 countries around the world, and at least 200 of them are established. So fully established. So we're going to cover all of them and some, right? And as things progress, we'll be able to do follow-ups on some of the other countries and give you guys more insight and more information about certain countries so that you can see what's going on in some of these other places. After we do that on Wednesdays, then Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, we give you guys information about how to improve yourself. So first half of the week is about your business. Second half of the week is about yourself. Self-improvement, self-development, relationship topics, networking, socialization, building your brand. We've got some shows coming up about your establishing your raises and promotions, retirement packages, severance packages. We're going to be covering all of these things so that you guys can understand that there are ways to get in with a higher premium. There's ways to move up with a higher premium. And then there's ways to move out with a higher premium. You're getting more coming in and you're getting more going out by respectfully communicating with others. And so we're going to be trying to show you guys this information. And then after we finish going through all that information, then we start teaching you guys about how to build your 20-year plan or 30-year plan so that you find yourself in a fiscally stable scenario. After we just covered last week, the 30-year plan observation, where the standard of living that you want to have, like we calculated a standard of living around $72,000 to $75,000, which would, if you reverse engineer that, at least $750,000 worth of assets on hand or more. Just the capital gains, not just the stuff, not just properties and everything, just the capital that it would take to run a lifestyle for 30 years. We calculated that at upward of $750,000. Now we're talking about, if you're building your brand, you're setting yourself up for success. You have to figure out where you want to be at, what that standard of living looks like, so that you can figure out what that standard of living costs, factor in 4% of inflation, factor in 3% of taxation, and then reverse engineer that cost get you a final number, and now you know what you're working towards. You're not working towards $1 million just because $1 million is a good number to have. You're working towards an inflation resistant, taxation resistant situation that allows you to benefit from the total effort that you put into your life. Now, it takes men 3/4 of their life to get to that stable scenario. So, out of the 40 years that they've been around, it would have took 30 years for them to get where they are at 40. At 60, it probably would have took them 40 years to get to where they are at 60. 3/4 of your life to get to where you got to be at to be that level of stable. But a lot of people don't start until they're in their 30s and 40s, men and women alike. So I try to give you guys a lot of information because those of you that are 25 to 30, 30 to 40, especially those that are 25 to 30, if y'all start making different changes now, y'all can find yourselves millionaires in 10 years, 20 years at the most, whereby uh uh what is it 40, 45. Special shout out to Dylan, long time no see, good to see you, Dylan. But by the time you guys reach yourselves at like 40, 45, you're at retirement capital, which puts you in a position where you don't need to work anymore. And that's one of the things that I give y'all information about. So, and then after I give you guys the information, I have been, as of late, dumping tons of information into the membership about ways that you can change the way you do stuff. Start working off the computer instead of working out of your car. Start working off of the computer instead of working in person. Start automating your work on the computer so that you don't got to answer to a schedule. And this allows, especially if you're getting older, especially if you're disabled, to remove yourself from the physical effort required to generate wealth. Then you automate that money. And once you automate that money where the profits come in, the system pays for itself. The difference goes off into a brokerage account that builds wealth, that's producing money, that pays for your standard of living. Now you're comfortable. Now you don't have to worry about where your money's coming from. You don't have to worry about having to go to work. You don't have to answer anybody. You don't have to do customer service. You don't have to kiss anybody's ass. You just wake up every day and now think to yourself, what do I want to do with my day? Either I can make some money or I can spend some money. But in the decision to make some money, you're not trying to go to work and clock in. You're trying to research another opportunity to make you some more money. If you're trying to spend some money, then you're just going on a vacation or enjoying your afternoon in a way that you otherwise would not have been able to do because you were too poor to do so. Under both scenarios, you find yourself in a capability of closing deals on a golf course, closing deals on a yacht in the Bermuda Triangle, sipping on Mai Tais, closing deals in different countries around the world while maintaining your standard of living in the United States. But under no circumstances are you stressing about the slack asses that are next to you getting paid more money than you to do the same work that you're doing, and they're not working. Not any point during this are you frustrated at the fact that your boss is using you as an scapegoat so that he or she doesn't get in trouble for not doing their job, and you're doing their job for them and you're not getting their pay. The stressors that we have of going to work, where customers are disrespecting the employees because they're not satisfied of the efforts of some other person. That's not you. You came to fix the customer's problem, but because the customer's already pissed off, you're getting the verbal backlash from somebody else's mistake. You don't have to do that when your money is making money for you. Because money can talk louder than anybody else in the most stress-free environments. And that's what we try to talk to you guys about. So over the next couple of hours, you're going to see a country that has, for all intents and purposes, stopped functioning, right? You'll see a place where the government has all but evaporated, where the police are outgunned and were violent, organized gangs controlling almost everything. This is a nation where kidnapping is constant, threats, where um, well over 500,000 people have been forced from their homes, and where just getting to the food or clean water is a daily battle for survival. And this is crazy. The United States government has issued its most severe travel warning for this country, the level 4. Do not travel. Usually we talk about countries around the world that we can go to. Today we're covering one you probably shouldn't go to. It's the same warning it gives to active war zones like Iran. He's saying Iran. Well, yeah, like Iran. Iran, one of those places you don't want to go to. But even that doesn't quite capture the full picture. The warning tells you not to go. They don't show you the reality of what happens when a state of completely uh, uh, failed performance, when society is pushed to an absolute edge, catastrophically collapse a society. This is going to be why U.S. government forbids you from going to places such as Haiti. And the reality is far worse than you can imagine. So here we are at the gate, about to board a flight to a place the United States Department considered one of the most dangerous on earth, right? And the official advisory is going to be crystal clear. It lists kidnapping, crime, and civil unrest as just some of the reasons to stay away. All non emergency U.S. government personnel have been evacuated. The warnings are stark and they are absolute. And that's exactly why we're going. Because a warning label, no matter how severe, is just a summary. Doesn't explain why, doesn't show you the faces of the people that are living through the collapse. But the headlines scream out about chaos and anarchy, about gang leaders with nicknames like barbecue, holding an entire nation hostage. And those headlines are, for the most part, true. He said at the gate, welcome to the Twilight Zone. I ain't going, it's your generation's war. No, sir. No, it is not. I am 41. It is the next generation. I am too old. Not quite, because I think that they stopped looking at us at around 55. But I'm at the last of the group of people that they stopped talking to. So I've reached the point where I was like, nope, nope. When they start drafting, they better start getting these all alpha boss chicks to go to war. Nah. I'm gonna be support. I'm gonna defend our country from within our country, from within my house. That's what I'm gonna do. They go to war on you gotta understand the it it's not the whole story, but I'm not trying to go out there and put I don't think that it makes sense. And I'd be a bad soldier if I tried to join the army. I don't think that it makes sense that I'm gonna go somewhere on command to perform on behalf of somebody else's political agenda. I don't agree with doing that. I respect the people who are going out there, but I don't respect being drafted to go out there. She said, why women aren't asking for war. What you mean? Women ask for war all the time. Women ask for, they don't take responsibility for asking for the war. They ask for war in every relationship they get in. They ask for war every time they talk back to a man. They ask for war every time they call themselves an alpha boss lady that's empowering their feminine whatever and devaluing a man and shaming a man for having an opinion. Yeah, they go to war all the time. Now, are women causing political war at this point? No, actually, at this point, it's actually a battle between two men. But equality dictates that women should go to war too, because women's equal right to vote, women's equal right to get drafted, women's equal right to be a soldier, women's equal right to go out there and do something ridiculous because some billionaire in the middle of the White House said, I want their oil. So women go out there like Charlie's Angels and blow up Iran on behalf of the men. Equality. Because I mean, men stereotypically used to go to war. She talk about some no, yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am. You better do like the men used to do back in World War One and lob off a big toe or something, talking about some I don't have good balance, I can't get drafted. You you better do like Randy Orton and join the WWE. You better do something because at the end of the day, yeah, equality dictates that ladies, y'all need to go out there and go to war too. Y'all need to get sacrificed the way the fellas get sacrificed. I'm only talking about uniformity here. You know, I got nothing against y'all. You know, but what I do believe that when we are in a situation where everybody's supposed to be treated the same, when the country's got to go somewhere, the natural standard is the old people don't go, the young bucks go. Now, if we're going to do gender equality, the young bucks that are going to go are going to be the people that are still in their 30s, 20s, 18. If you're old enough to vote for the wrong president, you're old enough to be drafted for war. So send the girls out there. G.I. Jane, send them out there. He said, women by and large do not ask for war. No one should be drafted, to be honest. I do agree to the magnitude that no one should honestly be drafted for a war that was started by the government. Anybody who volunteered for it, though, for their GI Bill, signed a contract that said that they can be pulled out of reserve at any time, which actually bypasses the draft requirement. So every man, woman, and child that went to college on a GI Bill is now going to get pulled in. So that's gonna that's gonna suck because everybody else who didn't go to college on a GI Bill, we're gonna be the last ones to be talked to. She said, the draft is more than being drafted for war. Tell her, Stewart. Tell her. The draft, there's a lot of stuff that goes on with that, but it's just the fact that while we're currently at war, you know. But see, that's the point. It's not just anyone who wants to fight should be allowed. Because truth be told, I said this before. One of the best things that we should do in our country is take all of our violent crimes and enlist them as frontline infantry in military skirmishes so that we drop off all of our convicts in another country overseas, leave them there, and if they survive, they've earned their freedom, right? And I strongly believe that it makes more sense for us to do that. It's about being ready military. Well, that's the reserves. Okay, so first of all, I think that the strategy of enlisting recruits is about being a ready military, and we've done a very good job of that. We've got the military reserves, we've got National Guard, we've got ICE agents killing people in the streets, we've got plenty of people that have military credentials where they can all be called into work and go to Iran and blow up Iran and take like 5% of the American population to go over there and blow up Iran. So, you know, because we ready. We ready. It's not like the way Canada was during World War One, where they were not ready, where they had to get like 600,000 volunteers and nobody knew what to do. No, everybody knows what to do here in America. Everybody who goes knows what to do. And we got plenty of people that's looking for their chance to get drafted. She said, look at the Chinese military. These females are absolutely capable. But but you didn't contradicted your own previous argument about no, we shouldn't use women. Chinese, look at Chinese military, all the females in the Chinese military, and it's a mandatory 2-year service for all individuals over the age of 18. You got to give at least 2 years to your country, mandatory, unless you have some type of exemption that you qualify for. So when they get rid of the gender bias, all men and women at 18 or 20, between 18 and 20, enlist and do 2 years of service and get out after 20 or 24. And some stay in the military, but the ones that get out, everybody's a veteran, which means that it makes more sense. He says, plenty of people ready to protect the country, just not you, right? No, you're wrong. Actually, I make sure that I keep a decent arsenal so that I can protect myself and my family. And if the battle comes to this country, I am ready to defend this country in this country's territory because we're being invaded. Now, under the assumption that you're going to ask me to hop on a B-12 and or B-2 bomber or whatever and fly to another country and just start wiping out women and children with AK-47s for the sake of my country, yeah, I'm not doing that. I do not have the mentality to take instruction from somebody else so that I can follow somebody else's agenda in a dark room full of people smoking on cigars where I can't even identify the villain. I'm not doing it. Doesn't mean that I'm not willing to defend my country. It just means that I'm not willing to leave my house and go somewhere else to start shit somewhere else about a situation that I didn't even know was about to go down. Now, back to what say you they invade California? Am I going to get in my car and drive to California from where I am right now? Of course not. But if they invade my coast down the street from my place, will I go to the beach and defend the front line? Of course I will. So, kind of really depends on the circumstances. If they Pearl Harbor the Florida coast and it's near me within driving distance, will I provide cover fire? Yes, I will. But will I get into a convoy and drive cross country like all the people that's getting their ass whooped by ICE agents so that I can get involved in a conflict that would not have reached my front door in the first place? Of course not. Because while you have the right to do a lot of things in this country, you have to think about the responsibilities that come from those rights. And there's a lot of things that you have the right to do that you shouldn't do. There's a lot of things that you have the right to do that they don't allow you to do. And there's a lot of things that don't make sense. Now, Stewart tried to throw a backhanded comment and make it seem like, I'm not prepared because I don't think that it's necessary for me to blow up Iran. You got a few 100,000 people out there doing it already. Why do I need to join the battle? But like Crawl Girl said, hey, Chinese military, bunch of capable women. I give y'all the props. If y'all can give birth, y'all can slaughter a bunch of men in another country. And I think that y'all should be able to give that a try. But today we weren't really talking about Iran. Today we wasn't really tap dancing around China. We were tap dancing around Haiti. So our mission is going to be to understand what happens when a country truly falls apart. So to see it with our own eyes, the reasonable expectations behind that level 4 warning. We aren't here to be reckless. We're here to document, to understand, and to show you the human reality behind the statistics that have made Haiti a no-go zone. We have observed the ability to have local teams and securities and plans put in place. And we're doing this to find out in places like Port-au-Prince, no plan survives contact with reality for very long. And that's one of the things that people don't think about. If you make a perfect plan on paper, excluding any possible opportunities of failure, it's a perfect plan. But when you take a perfect plan and put it into practicalities where the practicalities are being disturbed and delayed by catastrophic failures from situations beyond your control, everything starts looking and sounding a little bit different. So before we hypothetically have our feet touch the ground in Port-au-Prince, the data paints a grim picture. So this isn't just periods of instability. It is a full system collapse that has been accelerating for years. The political crisis hit a boiling point with the assassination of the president, Jovenel Moise, in 2021. I probably said his name wrong, which created a power vacuum that was never really filled after that. So the government that followed, led by an unelected prime minister, Ariel Henry, was largely powerless. So by early 2024, Henry was forced to resign under immense pressure from the gangs that had overrun the streets and from the international community. So imagine that. The gangs grew so powerful that they played a key role in forcing out the head of state. Since then, the country has been run by a fragile transactional council, but in reality, there's no central authority. By January 2023, the term of the last remaining elected national officials had expired, leaving Haiti without a single democratically elected leader. No president, no parliaments, no one to pass laws, manage the economy, or command the police with any real legitimacy. The state has effectively dissolved. Into this vacuum steps the gangs. These aren't just small groups of criminals, they are sophisticated, heavily armed coalitions. Groups like the G9, led by former police officer Jimmy uh, Perezier or Mr. Barbecue, don't just commit crimes, they govern it. They control an estimated 80% of the capital of Port-au-Prince. They control the ports, restricting the flow of food, fuel, and medicine. They control the roads, isolating the capital from the rest of the country. And they tax residents, settle disputes, and deliver their own brutal form of justice. Now, this is what experts call criminal governance. And their primary business model is kidnapping. Kidnapping in Haiti is widespread and indiscriminate. It's not just the wealthy who are targeted, it's doctors, teachers, students, street vendors, anyone. When they say it's time to go, it's just time to go. The United Nations has documented a horrifying surge in violence. In 2023 alone, nearly 4,800 homicides were reported, more than double the previous year. People are snatched from their cars, from their homes, from the streets, and held for ransoms their families can't possibly afford. This constant, pervasive threat creates a level of psychological terror that is impossible to quantify, paralyzes societies. Now, these securities and the crises that they come from is layered on top of a humanization or humanitarian catastrophe. The economy has been in a recession for years. Inflation is out of control. Over 60% of the population lives in poverty, with millions facing acute food insecurity. That means over half the country struggles daily to find enough to eat. The healthcare system has all but collapsed. Hospitals have been looted, doctors have fled, and those that remain often have no power, no medicine, and no security. Uh, Cholera, a disease of extreme poverty, has made a terrifying comeback. This is the context behind the State Department's warning. So it's not just about crime, it's about a complete implosion of a state, leaving 11 million people at the mercy of violent armed groups. Government forbids you from going not just to protect you from a stray bullet or a kidnapping, but because the basic system that keeps a society running, police, healthcare, government, infrastructure, are no longer working. So you're completely on your own if you go there. And it was into this reality that we start thinking about this observation. He said, "Are you talking about America?" I mean, we acting a fool in America, but let's be real. We Boy Scouts in America compared to what they got going on in Haiti. I mean, yeah, we got a lot of kidnappings going on right now. ICE agents, unnecessary murders, ICE agents, tyranny, ICE agents, local gangs running the streets, ICE agents. But it's not nearly as bad as what's being published about what's going on in Haiti. Because I mean, at least the local conflicts in the United States. Originally, there was some isolated in California. Now there's some in Memphis, but it's not actually happening everywhere at one time. We don't have 60% of poverty. We've got like 25% of poverty, right? So it's not that bad. We're like 135 in the list of greats. We self-proclaim as the greatest country in the world, but everything that is identified as great, typically we're somewhere in the mid 150s, somewhere in that area. We're nowhere near the top 50 countries that have this done perfectively. Now, let's get into the Towson Lavertu International Airport in Port-au-Prince. That is an island, a small fortified bubble of apparent order surrounded by a sea of chaos. Uh, just weeks before you would arrive, uh, you would have to see the sights of intense gun battles as gangs try to seize this particular location, effectively shutting the country off from the outside world. So you're going to feel the history in these moments when you step off the plane. The air is going to be thick, not just with tropical humidity, but with an unspoken tension. There are more security personnel than usual. Their faces are stern and their postures are rigid. The typical hum of an international airport is replaced by a more subdued, watchful quiet. So, as we go through this particular country, you're going to see that using different names to protect yourself is probably a good situation because you're going to see yourself interacting with individuals in completely different situations. A man in his late 40s with a kind face etched with the worry of someone who has seen too much is common in Port-au-Prince. So the first lesson in survival starts in the parking lot. So put your phones away, all of them. Keep them in your bags, windows up. Don't stop for anything. Not for traffic, not for police, not for an accident. You only stop if the road is completely blocked. And if that happens, you're already in the problem. Now, these aren't suggestions. These are rules. These are unwritten rules of survival. They're almost like the rules to survive a zombie apocalypse. You have to drive from the airport into the city. That is a brutal introduction to the Hades collapse. The main roads are going to be wrecked, uh, cratered with potholes the size of a small car, piles of uh, uncollected garbage smolders on the roadsides, sending plums of uh, acrid smoke into the air where no traffic lights, only a chaotic river of dented cars, brightly colored tap taps the local taxis and motorcycles, weaving through it all with terrifying precision is what you're going to be going across. She said, I had to step away, but a can fight occupied women. Oh, that's all right, girl. You could have went to the bathroom and thought about this real quick and came back. He said, she said, women can fight occupying women and children have fought in wars. No one should be forced to fight in a war. Defense of homeland's difference. I agree that that's one of the reasons why I'm not going. I'm not dealing with homeland's defense strategy. I'll take care of what happens here. If anybody get past the Trump administration, I'll see what I can do. But they should have enough youngins out there, enough women out there to fight the battle, protect the men, frontline infantry, and work our way into a safer environment. Because we got to, because the men are valuable. We got to protect the men. I know women are valuable too, but I got to come from a perspective of equality. You know, because if you send all the ones that make bad decisions out there between 18 and 24, then we have a whole military of young bucks, and we have a whole country of peace because everybody that would have kicked off shit got deployed. Men, women, and irresponsible young adults would have got deployed. All us old folks playing chess, checkers, and mahjong would be able to play bingo in peace. Take all the bikers and deploy them. Now, woven into the scene of urban decay is going to be a vibrant, defiant pulse of life. Street vendors lining the roads, selling everything from charcoal and fresh fruits to phone cards and bottled waters. People are going to be everywhere, walking, talking, laughing. Children in school uniforms, kick a soccer ball in a dusty lot. And it's going to be a disorienting paradox because the machinery of daily life churning on amidst the evidence of the total state failure. It's just, it's impressive that there's so much chaos and they can still find joy there, right? She said that sounds like planned general extermination. No, the purge is a plan of general extermination. Um, when you start talking about eliminating conflict by sending conflict to conflict, that is just getting rid of the conflict. As I said earlier, you might not have been here when I talked about it. I said take all of the violent crimes convicts and put them on a plane and fly them to another country and put them on the front lines. So anybody who was thoroughly convicted of a violent crime, you send them on the front lines. They will be if you survive, you're free. Your 25-year stint is gone if you can survive. You know, half of them went there for the same thing you're being enlisted to do in the military. You go out there and make it work because their life is much slower there. I can imagine it. I can imagine it. Right. So you will find that there are different gangs there in different neighborhoods that might be exclusively under the authority of certain groups where the police do not show up there because they can't. The graffiti tags are the new national borders, invisible lines that determine who can pass and who must pay a toll and who is in mortal danger if they arrive. Crossing from one to another without the right connections can be a death sentence there. So, the new reality of the movement, uh, major highways that once connected different parts of the city are now impassable. Front lines in the war between gangs and 10-minute drives can become a 2-hour ordeal, rerouting through a labyrinth of back streets to avoid a checkpoint or an active firefight. So the gangs also control the fuel too. They seize the main fuel terminals and use it as a strategic weapon. Then they decide to cut off the supply. The entire city grid is going to grind to a halt. Gas stations close, prices skyrocket, and the hum of generators that power homes and hospitals fall silent. She said, old people fomenting war to drag young men, women, maybe even children too, uh, to wars is different, defiantly a form of generational extermination. Hmm. I would see that as collateral damage. generational extermination would be eliminating all people of a specific age, uh, sending the youthful because they're more able, more energetic, more healthy, um, leads to a advantage in military offense. Older individuals that are less agile, weaker, more health issues, are less likely to be able to function in high conflict situations. Older individuals in their 70s and 80s are not able to handle stress as well as young individuals from 18 to 25. Um, so the probability of a younger individual surviving combat outside of getting hit by a straight bullet is higher than an older individual in the exact same conflict with the exact same probability of being hit by a straight bullet. Like their health won't support the conflict, and they'll probably just die in war because of a health issue, not because of a straight bullet. So your observation that political discretions or the older folk that are enlisting the younger folk is an observation of generational extermination. But I mean, you would then have to say that all of the free slaves in World War or the Civil War, that first Civil War, that were put on the front lines was racial extermination, not actually a battle of freedom to abolish slavery, that it was absolutely just racial extermination. They were just using these individuals with the exact same model and mentality that I'm referring to with the criminals. It's just like, hey, take the criminals and put them on the front lines, and if they survive, they're free. That's what they did with World War One. They said, hey, take all the black folks, put them on the front lines, and if they survive, they're free. If they're not going to war for it, send them back to their master. So you would then assume that World War One wasn't, in fact, a battle of liberation, but actual racial extermination. Just based off of your logic. You got to really think hard, Carl Girl. Now, if you were in Haiti, you probably passed some buildings that was once schools, windows shattered, walls pockmarked with bullet holes, closed across the sign on the doors where the gangs took it for a base. The UN is going to report that thousands of schools have been forced to close based on this narrative, looted or occupied by armed groups, and an entire generation of children is being deprived of an education. That is going to be contributing to generational genocide. And a lot of these kids have their childhoods that are going to be stolen by the violence. Now, many are even coerced into joining the gangs where the kids are enlisted into these gangs and seeing it as the only path for survival to the food or to shreds of power, because otherwise they would be conquered, controlled, and potentially bullied by the gangs that are in their local neighborhoods. So if you were to be there for a few hours driving through Port-au-Prince, the abstract statistics from research become terrifyingly real. Civil unrest from the travel advisory was the burning barricades that we navigate around. The crime was in the fearful way people clutched their bags and avoided eye contact. The limited health care was in the shuttered clinic where the gates are chained shut. This wasn't a city with dangerous neighborhoods. It was a patchwork of armed territories where danger was the default and safety was fleeting illusions. So once you start pulling into secure compounds, this is where things hit the hardest. You might hear some gunshots, not as a warning, as a fact. Don't be alarmed. Just sounds of the city that happens at night. It's going to be the sounds of you living in that society. So there's a place in Port-au-Prince that even the most hardest residents avoid. They're going to be called the red zones, areas under the absolute and violent control of gangs. The largest and most infamous of these is City Soleil, once a sprawling, densely populated slum built on a swamp. It has become a symbol of Haiti's suffering, a city within a city, ruled entirely by gangs. The government has no presence here either. The police do not exist here in any capacity either. It is, in every sense, a lost territory. So gangs there isn't just a simple decision. You might find yourself spending 2 days making calls, speaking to community leaders, and contact intermediaries who maintain a fragile line of communication with those gangs. You know, you might be able to secure guaranteed passages and temporary, highly volatile promise that can't be uh, uh, observed, that you won't be targeted the whole time. So you're going to have to find yourself in a very heavy and unusual mood where the bravado of everybody else is going to be replaced with a quiet, focused anxiety, because everybody's going to be afraid that the person that's traveling with them might knock them off. He said military and gang structures are not too dissimilar. There's a lot to be said. I don't know why you decided to insult my intelligence. Every statement is well thought out. Well, everybody has their opinion. I never said you were stupid. That's the point that you have to recognize. You don't have to like my opinion, and I don't have to agree with yours, but I had never once said that you were an idiot. So I'm not insulting your intelligence. I'm pointing out facts and calling it like I see it. And when you start talking about a generational extermination based off of decisions from political parties or military wars, um, I go back through American history and point out the exact same methods and mentalities. And I'm explaining to you that that logic clearly indicates that if you're going to consider the motto of the country to use the younger generation for more effective soldiers, because the older generation would not be able to keep up. If you're going to consider that as generational extermination, then you would definitely have to consider using the black people in the front lines of the first civil war that we had in this country was racial extermination during the Civil War, not actually a battle of freedom for the slaves that were kept in the South. Now, I don't know how that insults your intelligence. That is by comparison, taking your exact observation of what you believe generational extermination is and comparing it directly to American history, which doesn't devalue your complaint at all. I at no point painted a picture that women are stupid and then threw you into that category. So, where do you feel insulted in your intelligence when I disagree with the observation of general extermination and lean on qualified military tactics for survival in combat as a difference of opinion? That I would love for you to think that through and then get back to me on that. Now, when we start talking about back in Haiti, rules are going to be stricter in Haiti. No visible cameras until you're deep inside any given area. And then you have to be given approval while you're there. So no freedom to record wherever you want to, like you do in America. Everybody's traveling in one car and no sudden movements. Everybody's sitting still. You don't want to get got because some people moving around too much, right? Somebody tell you it's time to go, it's time to go. No questions asked. You just go. No talking back. You just go, right? So As you approach the invisible borders of City Soli, the landscape's going to change dramatically. Paved roads dissolve into dirt tracks, overflowing with black, stagnant water. Concrete block houses give way to shacks made of corrugated tin and scrap wood, packed so tightly together that sunlight barely reaches the narrow alleyways. And the smell way overwhelming in comparison to what we've ever seen before of a mixture of sewage, burning plastic, and salt water from the nearby coast. Then you get to observe some young men and some older men, and then some teenagers holding assault rifles. This is like the norm. They might be standing on street corners, eyes watching every car that passes by, paying attention to every person. They're not hiding. They're the actual authority there, right? These are the individuals that are considered the law, right? So if you think about what's going on over here in Haiti, you might find yourself in a position where, yo, I can clearly see why they say don't go there. Because the rest of us, look, I'm too pretty to be held at gunpoint by a 12-year-old talking about some show me your passport with his AK-47. That is astonishingly out of the realm of my comfort zone. I feel like, you know what? Y'all can have it. She says, well, any statement I make further, you appoint as emotional volatility that removes logic. Then don't tell me to think something through as though I haven't done so. It's rude and gaslighting. Okay, no, ma'am. So here's the thing: gaslighting would be me telling you a false truth. Um, you taking the time to think about your information and then typing up a response and getting back to me later as I continue with the main topic of the show today, which is Haiti, is telling you that I will address your comment when you put it back onto the screen. And I'm going to continue on with this topic where I am not ignoring you. I am pausing the conversation I'm having with you until you respond. Now, you might feel a level of emotional volatility there, but I have not pointed out your emotional volatility. I pointed out your observation of what you considered generational extermination. And I compared it directly to historical facts in American history that should then be reasonably considered exactly the same thing. And then again, I reassessed the fact that it is strategically utilized for the satisfactory resolution of conflict, not specifically designed as generational extermination. Because generational extermination is equivalent, the true generational extermination would be what Hitler is doing when they were eliminating all of the Jews. Specifically, because you have blonde hair and blue eyes, you must die. That would be a generational extermination, right? That's not the same thing as a military designed for combat that is then going to utilize all of its people equally and then send them out to war to conquer another country or to win a political argument. So where you and I first started talking about this, because I mentioned that through the observations of equality, that women should be on the front lines fighting for the country the way men used to be forced to get on the front lines and fight for the country. Not because women are forced to fight for the country. They should volunteer for it since they want the equality. They want to be in the same shoes as a man and experience the same things that men experience, that they should be on the front lines of the Iranian war equally. Now, I don't know how that gaslighted your volatile emotions, but at no point have I devalued you as a person because I don't agree with the observation of generational extermination. Because as I talked about it when Stewart was here, is that based on the GI Bill, which really, if you're going to then talk about generational extermination, you're actually dealing with social classism extermination, because really everybody who went to college on a GI Bill that is under the list of reserves, that'll be the first ones re-enlisted, the ones that are first officially drafted. Really, they're going to put all of the poor people's kids on the front lines, because in order for them to get an education, they had to get paid by the government. They signed a contract with the government to say, if you make me smart, I will die for you. And now they're being enlisted to go to Iran. So still, we're not gaslighting you. I have not used one example that portrays you as an idiot, but I am still communicating with you about, in our whole discussion for tonight about Haiti, I am discussing with you separately about your observations about how Iran shouldn't have, I don't know, women and children involved. I don't know. I don't understand what your counter argument is, right? Because from what I understood, you had claimed that no one should have to unwillingly fight for a political disagreement between two countries. But as Stewart made it clear, is that if our country does not, from a political standpoint, have agreement with another country, we are supposed to be ready to go to war, whether we want to or not, right? So putting together everybody's discussion didn't even devalue Stewart's observations. I'm trying to figure out, where is the gaslighting there? I mean, I know that you feel like me having an opinion as a man is rude, but where is my opinion rude to you just because you don't like it? And where is your opinion not an intellectual opinion just because I don't agree with it? Help me understand that. Now, she says there are documents from various leaders stating that young men of militant age need to be sent to wars, otherwise, they cause societal problems. Yes. And I stated that when I said take the young kids from 18 to 22 and send them out to war to prevent those societal problems. And you said that is generational extermination. So how are we talking about the same thing? And you're going to say that I'm ignoring the topics of war games and draft. And you're saying that I seem to focus to talk about your feelings. And you want to get back to the structure of the military groups and how they are typically male centered. I wasn't talking about how the military groups are male centered. You're trying to redirect the conversation from women should join in the fun and be killed off like the men. And you're trying to redirect it to, no, it should only be the men. I'm talking about Haiti, and I'm talking about why we probably can't go there as Americans and enjoy ourselves in Haiti, and why there's a level 4 don't travel there. So if you believe that I'm ignoring the topics of war games, when today's topic is not war games, today's topics is why you can't go to Haiti, or why you shouldn't go to Haiti even if you can, right? How are you even on the topic of the day if you're talking about war games? You're like on a different subject. You said, well, I never said you have an opinion was rude. Never I said I was emotionally volatile, or men equal bad, or none of that BS. You're being intellectually disingenuous. What? How am I intellectually disingenuous? I'm lost. Um, because you clearly said that up here that you got the observation that I'm painting you as emotionally volatile and removing logic, and I did not talk about your emotions at all. I stuck to logic, facts, and history. I started citing the facts and history. You know, so I'm not reading your words correctly. Well, it could be that the text box put it up here incorrectly because I'm reading what I see, and my prescription is pretty good. So I can kind of see the words here. It's not like the biggest thing in here because I've got another set of information over here. But from what I see, yeah, what I'm reading is what's on the screen because on the 16 by 9 is right there, and on a 9 by 16 it's up here. So everybody else can read it while I'm reading it too. He said you spit so hard. Well, don't spit. Behave. I don't want you to be mean to her. She's got the ability to say whatever she want to say on this channel. As long as she's respectable. She's so far been kind of cool with it. So, don't, try to take the child down or the young lady. It's just that I don't understand because I mentioned the Iranian war as I started talking about Haiti, and you left and came back, and then you continued our discussion about the Iranian war and about people being enlisted. And I'm all the way in different cities in Haiti right now, talking about the environment there, and you're still talking about how you're um, insulted and you believe that I'm being intellectually disingenuous. And I'm a man of uniformity. So I could give two shits on either side of the coin. I'm not a red pill, blue pill, black pill podcast. This is a male driven podcast from the male's perspective, strategically designed to aid men in becoming higher value men. And it actually benefits the women because for any woman that believes that the American men have fallen in value to become what would be socially described as ain't shit men, it's because men haven't been given the knowledge and information that they need to be successful, and the women are not satisfied with the lack of success of men, which ultimately means in order to fix the problem, you have to do first person accountability and teach men how to behave better as men. So when I start coming on the show talking about things, in order for women to feel sensitive about the comments that I make about how women should change their decision making skills and improve themselves, at least 355 days out of the year, I'm specifically talking to the men about how men can behave better, how they should have higher standards, how they should behave to those standards before they can even hold anybody else accountable to the same standards. So at no point in time am I intellectually disingenuous with you when I make a comment on this show. Yeah, we can all crack jokes here and there, but truthfully, when we're talking about the requirements of performance of a country and the requirements of performance of its people. The reason why a society sucks is because the full totality of the people. The only difference between us and Haiti is the people who live there, the decisions that they make. We're no less civilized than another country, but it is not as fun over there as it is over here because we have a lot more willingness to allow people to fuck up their own lives. Now, I don't understand how any of that is not paying homage to your previous observation about your belief that people should not have to be forced to go to conflict. I do agree with that, but that's not how society operates. What America has done is America has tricked people into forced conflict through programs like the GI Bill. So that is seriously the same thing. That's like, hey, that we didn't know that we were making a bad choice with this, and then after we benefited from it, now we've got to honor the contract. Because when they call your ticket, if you refuse to go, you get court-martialed. But we didn't know that college was a scam. A lot of people go to college, 70, 800, $200,000 in debt, and you realize that you actually only go to college to socialize and network so that when you leave college, you have more connections than what you went in with. And a lot of people actually just go there and focus on their books and get out of their books and have no connections, and they suck at life. Well, some go and party, but don't make connections with the people at the party with, and they suck at life. And at some scenario, it we don't really rationalize that the way we hoped it would be versus the way it is not the same. And we have to recognize the way it is and then navigate around the things that are outside of our control. See, here we go. Strawman. You call me a child, you assume I have not fully thought things out, and you laugh at my words mockingly. But I don't need supplication. I'm going to laugh. And I'm going to laugh because I find that you are clearly not paying attention to anything that I'm saying. And you're trying to entertain an argument that should not exist. And I don't see how, because, like, for example, the difference between me calling you a bitch or a whore, I said child. Your government name isn't up there. So, it's don't call me out of my name. Like, your name's not up there. And call it child, please. It's not devaluing. Okay, it's not an insult, but a lot of times females don't want a man to address them any kind of way. I couldn't call you ma'am, make you feel too old, young lady, little girl, whatever. You know, there's no appropriate politically correct term to address you in a fashion where you're not going to take Haiti, the conversation of Haiti, and put it back into our discussion. You're going to feel insulted by every comment that I make, which reaffirms the fact that you're not comfortable with me as a man communicating. Because if you stick to the debate and take your emotions out of the debate, you will clearly find that I have not yet made a mockery of your opinions. I have not provided any asinine claims that would make you look like an idiot. I have simply pointed out that based on your observations, because I didn't want to say idiosyncrasies because that you might think I'm calling you an idiot. Your observations that the American history has functioned in the same negative fashion. Now, here's a conflictual question. You asked me, do I really want women to fight in wars for college degrees? Honestly, I don't really believe that college should exist because education should be free. So, knowledge that is supposed to be passed down from one person to the next is being free. The fact that private entities are profiting from providing less than standard knowledge to the average person, where people come out of college with knowledge about history, no knowledge about the present, no applicable skill set. I don't believe that people should have to go to college, period, for a price. Do I believe that women should fight in wars? Yes, if they want to be treated equally. If you want to be equivalent to a man, then you must perform like a man. However, that model is going to be disrupted by the man's expectation for a female to behave from a feminist perspective. And that traditional feminist perspective means that women do not go to war because women are not equal to men, which means that women are going to be protected and provided by the man, which means that the woman is dependent of the man, which means that the women adhere to the authority of the man, which not many women agree with. So there's a double standard there, because if women want to have equal authority in a relationship, equal authority in a marriage, equal authority in society, equal authority in voters' rights, equal authority in politics, then women need to fight and die for the country equally to men. But if women want to be the exception to certain scenarios, women become a dependent, like children, and then women, as a dependent, like children, must become obedient to the men, which makes them a support. Doesn't take away all of their authority, but it does allow them to be the second line of defense, not frontline infantry. So in contrast to war, men would be fighting and dying and getting stabbed up, and women would be in the background with a sniper rifle, only taking shots when necessary. But you would take the shot when told and not talk back. That's kind of the difference in that logic. So, do I personally believe that women should have to fight in a war for a college degree? It's not my choice because the GI Bill is doing exactly that. You must fight and die in a war for a college degree. That is the structure of the GI Bill. And it was set up, and I did not get a GI Bill because I don't want to fight and die for things that I don't agree with. If I'm going to fight and die, I'm going to fight and die for something that I agree with. If I'm going to lose my life for somebody I don't know, it should at least be my decision. And I'm a man. So, do I believe that a woman should have any less of a right to do the same thing? I didn't set the GI Bill up. I just covered it on the show. She said, as far as Haiti, they have been dealt a horrible hand politically with the tariffs from France. She said, that's a good example. Yeah, well, that's kind of what I'm getting into because I'm like 30 pages into an 80-page story that I had curated. Okay, let's understand one thing because before I can even finish my last statement, why did you ignore the message above the one where I told you I don't feel insulted by the gentleman's words? What what are you talking about? What gentleman's words? Probably because I didn't see that comment. So you got to understand, I'm only able to respond to the comments that I see. And I put the comments on the screen that I see. And as long as they are structured appropriately, and you have been doing a good job tonight with keeping your comments appropriate, even though you might feel offended by the stuff that I say. So I have not once skipped any of the comments that you have put up here. If it is here. Now, if you put a comment up here that isn't here, I don't see it. And that's why I'm not commenting on it. So I'm not ignoring something that you was trying to put out there. I am only paying attention to what I can see. And it could have been that you press enter, you submitted it, there was a word in there that YouTube is like, nope, not gonna happen. And after you put it up there, it took it down. Whoa, oh, you want me to pronounce that word? See, it's a straw man scenario. So you want me to pronounce a specific word that I'm looking at while I'm paying attention to what you're trying to say, and then you're trying to make it seem like I'm not uh, paying attention to, as you said, the gentleman's words, not feeling not insulted by the gentleman's words. That's not the same thing. I paid attention to what you're talking about, and I understood what you were saying, and I was actually one step away from uh, uh, almost agreeing with what you were saying when you were talking about the tariffs and how they had gotten dealt a very bad hand, and the tariffs are coming from France, a specific location in France, which I would have to throw out on a limb and try to pronounce that correctly. I'm not going to sit here and try to pretend like I know how to pronounce every single country that I cover or every single city. And every now and again, I try my best to give it a good swing, even if I do a bad job at it. But I wanted to make sure because you were still posting up comments that I covered the next comment that you had up there because your comments are there and I haven't clicked on it. And then I still have to talk about the ones that you're about to put up. So now that we spent about 28 minutes on that, where now do you feel like I am not showing enough value in your opinions? Where do you feel like I'm not putting enough value in your comments, in your topic? Because we stopped on page 38 to 80 like 30 minutes ago. I find that out and I look and I laugh at what I say, I laugh at what I'm reading about you because I find this funny that like you're heated right now. So you're telling me that this particular country has been dealt a very similar hand to Haiti, and that's why you're comparing the two of them, and they're navigating decolonizing the currency. Okay. Now, since we're talking about how they're decolonizing their currency, they are dismantling the infrastructure of their country. They're changing out the currencies that they originally had in place by the previous governments. That country is not Haiti. Uh yeah, that's not even a discussion, buddy. We're if you're gonna maintain the topic, Cheeser, I'm gonna ask you to maintain because the topic is Haiti. She's at least on point, talking about the gangster wars and comparing Haiti to other countries. You're completely off point because you're talking about music. So I'm gonna ask you if you either stay on topic or stay silent because if you continue to comment completely off topic to that magnitude, that'll make me do something. You know what I mean? Now notice, Crow Girl, I put your comments up there because regardless of whether or not I agree with what's being said in some situations, and right now I'm pretty on par with what you're saying. You're on topic. She said, but they're not ruled by gang lords. There's a lot happening in Africa because of the coup. So I'm not upset at all. Oh, okay. Well, the human nature, not just men, not just women, human nature. When we take text, we ser- um we usually take text messages and interpret them in a more negative than intended fashion. It is a natural instinct because worst case scenario is how a lot of people are taught. So while it might not have been intended to be aimed in a negative fashion, the strict and stern dialogue was perceived as more intense than the messenger intended it to be sent. So it was received completely different. Oh, oh, so he's a fan of rap. When he said I was spitting hard, he was complimenting me. Oh, okay. Okay. Good job then. Good job. He could compliment you all he wants. I don't I mean, we could get like six other people in here to have like one on six. It's not going to change my observations of things because I come from a neutral standpoint. When we strawman topic on something, eventually we steer ourselves back to the uh the main topic. And once I steer us back to the main topic, I mean, every other side topic ends up being like less relevant to the main discussion. So, speaking of, when we go back to our, I don't even remember what city we were in when we were talking because I lost track. Oh, okay, so we were doing checkpoints after we've crossed over some salt waters, and so this will be the second major city. Ah, City Sole. See, I said that wrong. I know I said that. Oh, so you're saying that? Oh, she's on the. My God, I knew you went on the right side of history. If you say so. Okay, so here's the thing. She could state some observations and opinions about a specific country and be on the exact same side of history that I'm on. Because that country is not today's country. And while they have similarities to Haiti, that's a straw man topic. So that's kind of gonna uh, really change the dynamic of what we're trying to discuss today. We're trying to really get back to the environment of Haiti and why it is not uh, feasible for the average individual to commute to Haiti and potentially engage there. So, as I were, because I said City Sole, that's where we were at. So we end up in areas where open air markets. Oh no, we got to go back to the communal pumps because they got some stuff going on over here. Um, Inside of the city, you have humanitarian crises that are staggering. This is going to be home to hundreds of thousands of people where there's no running water, no sanitation, no formal electricity, and the people here are completely cut off. So when gangs block off the roads, food and water can't get in. Aid organizations describe access as incredibly difficult. So you might see women carrying buckets of water from a communal pump, which is a source that is likely contaminated. And you might see children playing barefoot in alleys filled with filth. That's the kind of stuff that you've seen on those 25 cents a day, you can feed this child in another country kind of commercials. They just went to the wrong location and filmed that for profit. I thought that was a horrible thing. But I'm sitting over here thinking when I saw that commercial, if 25 cents a day could feed any fucking body, I would be staying there. 25 cents a day can't feed a motherfucker, but 25 cents per person per day could potentially feed a lot of people. When you start calculating there's 385 million Americans, if everybody gave a quarter, you start having millions of dollars. But one quarter for one person, I don't think that would be a thing. So you said, I think it would be admirable to restore the posterior of the first freed nation, but don't have a clue how. Like you said, it is unfeasible. I don't have a solution to this problem. On Wednesdays, I cover different countries around the world that you can go to, which usually I cover countries that you can potentially make, save, and invest money in. I select the countries in a non biased fashion, and then I cover the country. Doing detailed research on the country, if it turns out that you can benefit from the country, I can cover all the different ways that you benefit from the country. If there's unorthodox ways and not too many people know about that you can benefit from the country that are not traditional methods, then I talk about that. But under certain rare occasions, because we have found countries like India where it's good for men to go there, but it's not good for women to go there because the women are usually abducted and abused. So probably not a good place for you to go as a Western woman. And then places like, what was it, Sweden, I think it was, either Sweden or Switzerland, probably not a good idea to go there for a Western man that is looking for a traditional woman, because in some of those, Norway is what it was, because the country is more not more, far less traditional than what we would prefer. And then which would be good for the women to go there, but not so much for the men. But then other countries that are more traditionalized, like that 1920s, 1950s traditional mentality, when we start covering those kinds of countries, when a Western woman that is masculine female that is trying to go to a Eastern country that has the traditional model enforced in its culture, trying to find a partner there is going to be difficult, because you're going to face the same problem in that country, or worse than what you would face in the Western culture, because the men in the Eastern culture are going to be, in some situations, more violently expecting that traditional performance, as opposed to the Western culture that gives women freedom to behave however they want. So that's when we cover those things. But in this particular dynamic, I fell into Haiti, and I'm like, well, fuck, I'm not going to skip the country because it's really bad. So I got to cover the whole country, whether I want to or not. I got to cover the whole country because I'm gonna cover every country around the world. But unfortunately, yeah, I agree with you on this one. There isn't a solution to fix this, because it true to life, on paper, the way to fix a country like this, you would have to first have the people come together and agree. And that's not going to happen because you have different gangs with different beliefs, different rules. It's just like a war of religions. They're just using AK-47s. You will never see Christians and Catholics, Jews and Muslims in the same place talking about we're going to all do religion the same way. It's never going to happen. And likewise, it's not likely to get a bunch of different gangs inside of a country that has no government to protect it to restructuralize the society from within. Now, if Haiti got conquered by another country, can it be restructured? Of course it can, but that would require external military power, which is a waste of resources unless Haiti had a resource that another country would benefit from. If it is just the people, and the most that you're going to see is that it's being used as a wasteland, they would likely pay the gangs money to dump trash in that country for a cheaper price to bypass deregulation laws somewhere else so that they would not have to worry about the consequences of inappropriate dumping. Because who's going to stop them since Haiti doesn't have an actual government or an actual police system or any type of structure to prevent corruption? So if a big billionaire company in America is like, oh, hey, I'll pay the guys in Haiti to take this off my hands. They'll take it for far less than what it would have cost them to properly dispose it in America. And that dark money is how chaos like this continues to exist. Because Mr. Barbecue is a former cop. And he only is in this position specifically because this is the only way stability, such as it is able to function in this society. So there isn't a way to feasibly restructure this whole country without destroying all of the gangs from a military suppression, and then whoever survives restructuralize and rebuild from external currency. So an external source would have to wipe out the current local powers and then implement new current local powers and then implement external funding to rebuild after destroying those local powers. Notice, Oprah didn't go to Haiti and build nothing. It's very dangerous for foreigners and women due to misogyny. LGBTQ is absolutely out of the question. Misogyny isn't going to be the issue there. I'm going to disagree with you there. Misogyny is not going to be the reason why women are not safe there. You're gonna assume that, but truth be told, the so this is going to be primal instinct. Before laws came out to restrict the primal urges of dudes or the primal urges of chicks, if a dude wanted to get some, he would just go get it. We talk about the old days with the clubbing the woman over the head and dragging her back to the house with the caveman era, which is a hypothesis because nobody can even verify that. But the fact is that procreation was usually involving a man in heat and a woman available, preferably in heat, but not necessarily the case. Then laws come in place that start enforcing the consent. That's not misogyny. That's animalistic tendencies. That's primal urges, not misogyny. And then, as I covered at the first half of the show, the first quarter of the show, actually, there was an observation of all people, different ages, different genders, different races, and all foreigners being snatched up equivalently, and mistreated the same way. So there wasn't much difference between them outside of maybe because of the LGBTQ phobias that they have would lead them to situations where they probably would physically abuse the men and then assault the women. But everybody's being treated like garbage after being abducted off the streets. He says Haiti has a rich culture and so much potential. Right. And first 40 pages of what I found out, I didn't get to the rich culture part. She said finding a partner from another nation is complicated. Both parties have their own desires and motivations forged by unique cultures. So you have to marry the culture. You're right. And one of the things that we talk about every Wednesday is about which countries have certain cultures, hopefully, so that you can potentially marry that culture because you agree with that culture. And so we've hit it. We've hit an agreement. We've hit an agreement somewhere. So when we cover different cultures around the world, because Western culture is not the only culture. Western cost of living is not the only cost of living. You can go to Vietnam, Indonesia, Philippines, Japan, China, and live at 30% of the cost of America. But do you agree with the culture? That's the first question. Now, going out there as a single man looking for a wife, yeah, you agree with the culture. It is traditional, family oriented, respect your man, goal driven. Even though they are career women, they are driven to run the homes. Go to Belarus. Special shout out to Belarus. Same thing. About 80 or 90% of the workforce is women that are also family oriented, still running a household while running their own companies outside of the household. There are cultures that it just depends on where you want to go, but there are also certain observations that a passport dude can go to a certain country that a passport chick can't go, because if she went there she's not going to get the same experience. If the traditional model is in Asia and she goes to Asia, outside of the novelty of her being a minority, a foreigner, she would not get, once they get used to her being there, the same treatment that she would expect, because she would expect to be treated better in Asia than what she's getting treated in America. A man will get treated better in Asia than what he's being treated in America, because women have more respect for men and value their men more in Asia than what women respect and value men in America. But men do not respect or value women in Asia as much as men value and respect women in America. So a woman would get treated better by an American man than what she would get treated by an Asian man. And that's why the Asian women look for American men and other foreigners, because of the extra involvement that they're getting from that man. So there's going to be a different dynamic. So I said that, like I said, the show is primarily about helping the men find what they're looking for. So I don't actually search for the perfect place for females, but I have covered a couple of matriarchies throughout the last 3 years that I've been covering the show. Just said, do you believe women in America do not have good culture? You're correct. I do believe that women in America do not have good culture. I believe that the women in America have lost their values through freedom and the constitutional right to devalue yourself and devalue everyone else around you from your First Amendment constitutional right. Women have lost their modesty. Women have lost their ability to maintain their own dignity because of freedom of speech. It's my body, my choice. So she can say and do whatever she wants, including parading around the street naked, because she can do whatever she wants to do. But the value in the unknown, the value in the less exposed, the value in the less experienced is gone, because she has the right to be as much of a man as a man, and then be expected to be accepted by a man as a woman. As the more women adapt the model that females should be able to be masculine men and still be accepted for feminine benefit, the female culture in Western America is going to be gone, because the uh, femininity and the female role is not about just looking sexually attractive for dirt bags to look up your skirt, which is how women dress in Western culture. It is supposed to be strategically about it. I actually covered this on what, last week, Thursday or Friday, about how women have the requirement to carry themselves with value, which allows you to attract men that value you for who you are, not how easy you're able to put out, right? So completely off of our Haiti topic for today. The fact is that yes, the female culture is long, probably 30 or 40 years gone. From I'm probably the last generation of observation of women 20 years older than me that still carry the modest family oriented mentality. While all countries around the world are more goal driven women that are going to their careers and then thinking about getting families uh, in their 30s, which is one of the reasons why Asia has the birth incentives, because there's like a 30 or 40-year gap between the last generation and the next generation, specifically because the women are delaying childbirth. Asia, they budget for stuff like this. So all of the people, men and women alike, are budgeting money for buying and owning houses and condos. Men and women alike are budgeting putting their sperm and their eggs on ice so that later in life they can reproduce. So a 35 or 40-year-old woman in Asia can still be a valuable woman, because even though she's 40, she might not do a natural birth, but she's got eggs on standby that she can do a surrogate birth, and you can still have the mother of your child be 42 with a first child because they prepared. American women want to have abortion, so they don't even want to give the legacy. And that's kind of part of what makes women valuable. So not only do they want to go out there and smash more men than men smash women, they also don't want to create a legacy with the man. They don't want to cooperate and partner with the man. They don't want to build a future with the man and live life with the man with what she aided in building. She wants to linger around a man that's already been established with his own efforts and benefit 50% of what he worked for by himself, so that she can say that we're equal. And that makes absolutely no sense. If you built a car from the ground up by yourself, you would not say we should all ride in it together. You would say, if you didn't help me do this, walk wherever the fuck you want to go, because I did this myself, right? But that's not how the behavior is in Western culture. Women believe that she's got to get the finished product. And if she doesn't get the finished product, he's not valuable to her. She's not going to look at potential. She's not going to look at ambition. She's not going to look at goals and dreams. She's not going to look at a man bouncing back off of a catastrophic scenario. She wants to be accepted as who she is, and faults and all. But he must be the pinnacle of perfection, because if he is not, he is not valuable. He's a broke ass dude. He ain't shit. He's a scrub. He's a simp. He's a friend zone. He's everything except for a valuable man. But that is the man that will worship the ground that she's walking on. That is the man that will stay exclusively loyal to her. That is the man that is capable of doing for her what she could have done for herself. But that's not the man that she wants. She wants a man to give her a life that she can't afford to give to herself, to consider her equal to that man, which makes absolutely no sense. That's why I believe that the female culture in American Western cultures is gone. You said, well, do you believe women should be an object of glory for their men? No, I believe that women need to stop being disrespectful and stop being rebellious and start actually working together as a partner. They are objectifying themselves and then trying to claim that they are the prize for men when they're a dime a dozen, and then they're going to put themselves in a position to be the object of glory for their men, because the only time that they're going to portray themselves in society is as something to sleep with, not something to respect, not something to value, not something to appreciate, something to sleep with. Because a modest woman, not showing cleavage, not having skirts so short that your crotch can show, not having skirts so short that your butt cheeks can hang out, not having pants so tight that your butt crack is showing, camel toe showing in the front, both lips crooked, tilted to the right, everybody can see it. That modest women are going to be valued by what they say, what they do, not just how they look. But the Western culture women are only valued by how they look, not what they do or what they say, because what they say makes their looks irrelevant, and what they do a lot of times is toxic, which makes it even worse. So a self-proclaimed 10 from a woman is at best an 8, with the fake nails, fake makeup, fake eyelashes, fake everything, fake height because she's wearing heels, fake size because she's wearing girder braids and belts and everything to that effect. So she's not even her organic natural self. She is the product of what she paid to look like. And then she's going to set the standard that after she puts 9-inch heels on, 3-inch platforms, she wants to go from being 4'11" to 5'9" so that she can date a 6'5" guy and look down from her stilts on a man that is 5'6", when where she could have been wearing regular shoes, maybe a 1 or 2 inch lift, where she would have gone from 4'11" to 5 feet. and that 5'6" dude or that 5'4" dude would still be taller than her. She could still get what she's looking for, but she could be realistic about it. So I don't believe that men should even encourage this type of behavior, but women have adopted this behavior as normal culture. Then when a man tells her not to do this in a relationship, women say, "You can't tell me what to do. I'm grown. You're not my daddy." And men shouldn't tell women how to dress. But as women believe that a man is going to objectify a woman, all men that are dating their women always try their best to bring the modesty back into their woman. And all of the women rebel against it and then go back to the streets where they belong. And then after they do that, they wonder why they're 35, 40 years old and unmarried, because you're in a position where instead of you trying to find value in what it takes to be a wife, you're in a position with getting supported by women that will never be marryable. The feminist model. You don't need him. You can do it all by yourself. Fuck him. Leave him. Not work it out. Not listen to what he's saying. Not he might be right. He ain't shit. Leave him. And then after all of that, you put yourself in a dynamic where you're not valuable to the dating pool. And then you start becoming at an age where the only time you're going to get male attention is if you're a jump off or if you're paying for his attention, which puts you in the same position as men. And once you start dating like a man and experiencing the rejection that men experience, then women start saying, "Man, dating is hard." When it was easy, all you had to do was cooperate, and you didn't want to. And not one woman will teach the next woman, "Hey, don't do what I did. Tighten up, pay attention to what men are looking for, and start behaving that way. Lock it down. You can still go to college, get you an education, get you a career, but also learn how to be a partner." And that's not what women are doing. So she said many Asian countries have what oh my god, I can't see that word. Birth deficits. Yes, 1 in 6 women can't have children. True. Women have value of their own independence of any man. No women are asking, or no women are not asking for perfect. Yes, women are asking for perfect. Yes, women are asking for the top 1% of men. They want men to make more than $100,000 a year. They want men to be more than 6 feet tall. They want men to be certain complexions, want men to have certain hairstyles. They want men to live in certain neighborhoods, have certain size houses, drive certain types of cars, wear certain types of clothes. And if they don't, they're out the door. The man could have the $100,000 a year income and be 5'6". She ain't interested. The man could have most of the things that she's looking for, but if he's doesn't have that income, she's not interested. So it's not the same thing. And regardless of whether or not there's a deficit in births, the fact is that the way the women would treat the men in Asia is still better than the way women treat men in America. And while women have self-sufficiency, which is different from independence, because self-sufficiency, the women hold it down until their husband comes to take it over. American women have uh, independence where they will sacrifice their relationship for the sake of their own perceived notion of autonomy, which is not being a partner. You can't say that you're going to be the LeBron James of your team where you're not going to share the ball with everybody else, but then you're going to say that you're the greatest. You're not the greatest. You're not a team player. And not being a team player is unattractive to men, which is completely different from what we were talking about with our Haiti topic for today. He said, "Well, personally, I don't believe as a guy that the idea of women wearing something that's considered skimpy or provocative is wrong. Shouldn't women feel valued within them own selves without sacrificing?" See how Texans start messing stuff up. Shouldn't women feel value within themselves without sacrificing societal standards? Actually, societal standards have declined, and that's the biggest issue. If societal standards were incorporated by the female model, then we would not have what is considered skimpy or provocative as a socially unaccepted dynamic that is encouraged. It shouldn't be encouraged because we understand that there's a time and a place for everything. When you're single and you're looking for a long-term partner, then maybe you can go and dress a little bit more provocatively than once you're in a committed relationship. But the problem that we have in Western culture is that you're already locked down with the dude and you're still dressing like you're looking for a better man. And unfortunately, that's not acceptable either. But I understand that that's how you feel, that you believe that it's okay for a woman to be provocative because you get to look at it. You get to look at the women that are in skimpy outfits and wearing provocative behavior, but they're not your woman. The majority of men are not going to want their woman to be overly provocative, wearing skimpy outfits in public with or without their man, because that is going to draw additional negative attention to that woman that is unnecessary. It'll also draw additional temptation to that woman, which is also unnecessary. What we think of as modest was provocative back in the day. Corsets and bustles, all that heavy garment made women vulnerable to predators because they could not flee or fight back. And yet, even though what we consider modest today was considered provocative back in the day, the women have still gotten even more provocative in 2026 in comparison to what we consider modest. So if you understand that the quality of conservative behavior and the quality of self-respect, self-dignity, and self-control has completely diminished from back in the day when they had the bustles and the corsets and the bustiers and everything to that effect, that you have to understand that there is supposed to be a line that was drawn in the sand, and every generation that comes after the last generation pushes that line even further down the field, where it is supposed to be socially acceptable for a woman not to have value in herself. But that doesn't make her wife behavior. So while women could not fight back allegedly back in the day because of all of the clothes that they were wearing, I don't understand why pantsuits aren't in style for women these days. Instead, they have to have shorts that's so short that their underwear are hanging out below their shorts. And then they're going to change that underwear to a G-string so that their butt cheeks are hanging out of the shorts. They don't even have room for their pockets. Their shorts are so short that their pockets are hanging out from below their shorts. Their top is so short that their nipples are hanging out, that there's just a rubber band across the top. Belly button is all exposed. And all of this is supposed to say, well, they're supposed to be able to freedom of expression. Again, the modesty is gone. Your freedom to be respectful to yourself is still your freedom, but your freedom to disrespect yourself is equally your freedom. And when you disrespect yourself, you want to say that I am supposed to, as a man, respect you, even though you don't respect yourself. And women will say, well, no, I respect myself. Not if you're overly exposed. If you've got more skin than clothes on, then you are not showing the respect for yourself that is reasonably expected. And women are going to argue, well, who's deciding that? Well, again, we're going to look at the dynamic. Women will control whether or not men are allowed to have sex. Men control whether or not women are going to get married. If a woman is looking for marriage, if a woman is looking for a family, if a woman is looking for a long-term companion, she has to start at a young age, because women are born with their value and their value declines as they get older. Men have to build their value from the day that they're born until the time that a woman accepts him. And women no longer, since I want to say like the 70s and 80s, no longer aid men in building themselves up to be successful. So the man is going to be the finished product. This isn't a Build-A-Bear scenario. Women these days are going to say that I don't want to create a man. I don't want to be, the man should be made. I'm not his mama. And that's still going to, as we're about to steer back to the Haiti topic, they're going to use this at dynamic and say, oh, well, he should have his stuff together. Well, if the dude is a finished product and um, he is supposed to be the one that leads how his resources are going to be utilized. So if you're benefiting from his resources, that again puts you back into a position of dependency. And in that position of dependency, you must submit to his authority. And women don't want to do that. And then that's still going to put you in a position where women are not okay with that. Women are going to want to, build their own empire and then say, well, I'm valuable as a man, so you should accept me because I'm valuable. But you're not. You have built yourself up to be the ideal man for another woman. And that is not what men are looking for in a woman, which compromises your ability to find a man. Because now your standard is that since I've met all of the expectations that I believe a man should meet, now I got to find a man that's better than me. If you meet 98% of your expectations, that means you're looking for the perfect man because he's got to meet the other 2% that you can't meet for yourself, which again, unrealistic. All right. After this, we're going to get back to our Haiti discussion because I do want to get through most of this before we got to go and deal with some contracts. She said, if I respect myself, but you don't think I am respecting myself, does that give you the right to disrespect me? Yes. Freedom of speech, freedom of, because of constitutional rights to do whatever we want to do in this country as long as we're not damaging somebody else's property or endangering somebody else's life. The thin line between your ability to utilize your constitutional rights versus your ability to impose on me with your constitutional rights versus my ability to impose on you with my constitutional rights, the lines are so thin that there isn't decorum anywhere. So if you don't respect yourself, I'm not supposed to respect you. And if you believe that you are respecting yourself, but you are not behaving to the level of societal expectations, then you are not respecting yourself the way you should. You just don't believe that you should do more. Should I give you a heightened level of respect that you have not earned simply because you believe you've done enough? Well, if we're supposed to be digging a ditch and I'm digging a deeper ditch than you're digging, should I give you the same level of respect for the water overflowing in your ditch when my ditch is keeping the water away from the property? If we were working in a warehouse and I am lifting heavier boxes, longer hours, no breaks, more days out of the week than you are, and you're taking extra breaks and lifting the light stuff and leaving the heavy things on me, and then I got to take out the trash because I'm a man, and we're getting paid the same amount of money, do you believe that I should have the same level of, or do you believe that your employer should have the same level of respect for you as a woman who's not performing to the standard of the company as the company would to the man that's overachieving for the company? Do you believe that the respect should be the same? I believe that while respect is given, it is not earned. Higher levels of respect is earned. Mutual respect is mandatory, but higher levels of respect is earned. Will I verbally disrespect you in public? No, because that's mutual respect. Will I disrespect you by calling you out of your name inappropriately? No, that is a level of mutual respect. But would I put you in a higher position than what you have earned because you believe that you're good enough? No, because you didn't earn that higher level of respect. So since you didn't earn that, you're not going to get that. And that's one of the things that when you hear that women should get less, they should get less because they're being given more than what they've earned simply because they're attractive, not because they earned it. And that is the issue that you have. That's the reason why Western culture is cooked, because Western culture women believe that because I'm here, I'm entitled to everything that the people who are working for it get. And that's not the same. You're not getting it because you're present. You're getting it because you did something to deserve it. And since you didn't do anything to deserve it, yes, your level of respect in this situation is going to be far less than the level of respect of somebody that got in there and grind. And that's just the way it is. But wouldn't have strong ideas about women in society and generalizing be harmful though? Nope, absolutely not. Because generalizations happen all over the place. Generalization, socialization, social classism, everything around our society is built on um, generalizations of common behavior. And strong ideas are standing on your observations and standing on the information that you receive, and also standing on your beliefs and your constitutional right to do that and articulate that actually imposes on the other person's feelings. It's not harmful where I am deliberately doing it to piss other people off, because I was supposed to be talking about Haiti. Y'all took it down this path and continue to ask me questions on this topic when I want to talk about Haiti. So I didn't start this show to say, oh, let me talk shit about women. That would be deliberately harmful. I said, hey, let's talk about why Haiti is a level 4 do not fly zone. And Haiti level 4 do not fly zone through the comment section turned into my observations of why women who devalue themselves should be considered valuable. And that's not by my design. That's by y'all's design. So yes, any strong ideas that I have about women in society and any generalizations that I use are not harmful, because you asked and I'm answering. I didn't design this podcast for that. You brought it here, and I'm just entertaining your communication. So there is less SA now than in 1820, and women wear less. That's because the men don't want the women. She said you are imposing your personal standards on respect and who is deserving of it. No, actually, I am standing on my non-negotiable expectations for behavior, and I am making it clear that there's a lot of individuals in this society that are also doing the same. And as men are changing and becoming higher value men and working hard to build up their lives, those men are in a position where they are not willing to put up with the lower levels of respect, the lower levels of dignity, the lower levels of devaluation, and they're going to refuse to entertain that type of lifestyle, which means that they're not going to be partnering with women just because they're attractive. They're going to be partnering with women that behave the way they behave. So a man who stops behaving like a thug and starts behaving like a CEO is not going to continue dating thug girls. They're going to start looking for CEO women. So the women that are still running the streets and performing gang violence, yeah, they're going to look down on that behavior because that is a lower class of behavior. And even though we could have all grew up in the same society, once a man matures out of that behavior pattern, he's not going to be looking for a woman that is still behaving in that pattern. So while yes, men have become more behaved, they're not out there knocking women out and just smashing them in the back of vans with no windows on them anymore, or far less than what they used to. But that doesn't justify the fact that women are wearing less clothes. Women wearing less clothes does not connect with the fact that women are not being assaulted as much by men. Okay. So I'm not imposing my personal standards on respect or imposing it on you. You asked the question and I answered it, because my topic is about Haiti, not about gender equality or female behavior. Now, had you brought these questions to last week's show when I was talking about what makes a woman valuable, and we were talking about the value of a woman, if I would have said something that would have triggered you that day, as opposed to what triggered you today, then you might have could have used that as a valid argument. But today I'm supposed to be talking about the chaos in Haiti. So we got on women's values because you asked it, not because I brought it. And that means that I'm not imposing my standard. I am standing on my observations and my beliefs and my expectations. And I teach all of the other men that come to this podcast to do the exact same thing. So a woman that doesn't value what I have to say is probably not going to linger around my podcast because they're not going to like what I have to say. And I don't object to that. If they're going to stay in my podcast, they can disagree and they can argue against it appropriately and respectfully the way you have. And I can agree with that. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to change my beliefs. I'm not going to change my views. I'm not going to talk about something other than what I believe and other than what I've researched and come to learn, because I found that no matter how flexible you are, you will be forced by society, men and women alike, to bend even further for the satisfaction of somebody else. And the freedom of expression, which is fundamentally the core of your argument, is that a woman should not have to flex for society. Well, why should a man have to flex for society? If you want to carry yourself in a lower value than my expectations, that's fine. I'm not going to find value in you, and I'm not going to respect you. I'm not going to treat you bad. And there's a difference between me not respecting you versus me treating you bad, right? So not having respect for somebody, Could mean that I won't acknowledge them in public. It could mean that I'm not going to hold doors for them. I'm not going to help them out if they're in trouble. It could mean that I'm not going to come to their defense when they need somebody to come to their defense. I might not go out of my way to find a deal for them or offer them something extra, but I'm not going to talk down to them and degrade them and drag them through the mud and insult them and use all type of profanity to make them run home and cry. There's a different observation in the lack of respect. I might not have enough respect for you to let you merge into traffic, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to get out of my car and curse you out, disrespect you. The word disrespect can be used in a plethora of ways. So when you ask me, like, would I respect a woman that does not show the level of respect in herself that I would expect? No, I wouldn't. But I also wouldn't affiliate with that level of disrespect. Is that men have taken advantage of women who wear modest clothes, like Sarah Burqa and nuns. Well, it's not going to change my argument. It's not going to change my observation. So my observation is still the same. It does. Your first argument is that women wear less clothes now than what they used to, and they're harassed far less now than what they used to be in the 1820s. And then you counter your own observation by saying men are taking advantage of women in modest clothes, even when they're overly covered in burqas and nun outfits, and that doesn't change the fact that, okay, so your argument is that while there are bad men in this world, that there are bad men in society, that the good men in society that have values and standards should be completely ignored for the volatile behavior of corrupt women's behaviors, simply because since there are bad men out there, that the good men shouldn't have a say. Right now, that's not exactly what you're saying. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but that's how it sounds. Right, because at the end of the day, if I am a man that holds himself to a higher standard, I teach people to hold themselves to a higher standard. And then I expect the people who behave in my presence, women included, to behave to the same standard that I behave. Then you ask me a question about, well, what if she doesn't hold herself to the same standard as you? Well, then it's probably a good idea that you not associate with me, because I'm not going to have the same level of respect for you as I would for a woman that carries herself to my standard. So a woman that dresses conservatively and modest is going to receive a lot more positive effort from me than a woman that carries herself looking like she's for sale, looking like an OnlyFans girl, looking like a streetwalker. I'm not going to take her places with me. I'm not going to be seen with her in public. I'm not going to socialize with her. You know, she's not going to be invited to places that I would invite people who carry themselves with class, which means that while I'm not going to disrespect her in a fashion where I'm going to call her out of her name and insult her and embarrass her and humiliate her in public, she will not be included in things that I value because she does not carry herself in ways that I value, which still leaves us in the same scenario. He said, well, you keep saying I'm mad and triggered or X, Y, and Z, and you're being disingenuous again. I'm not. I'm sticking to my observations. It is rather repulsive. I know that you are triggered by it. See, when you say that it's impulsive, I get the observation that you are upset about what I have to say, which means that I just triggered you with what I just said. That's not disingenuous. I am genuinely explaining to you my perspective. Uh, you ascribe a negative bias to my statement, but I stay on topic. If lawless bad men can get away with a crime, they will. It's because greater surveillance and consequences, crimes go down. Well, that wasn't our topic because we wasn't even talking about how crime occurs and how men can get away with crime, or how uh, surveillance is required or anything to that effect. Our original topic was actually about why it's not a good idea to go to Haiti. So you're not on the topic of the day. You took me down 3 or 4 different straw man topics, and you're trying to win one straw man topic by deflecting from another straw man topic that you don't agree with. But the main topic is about Haiti. And since we're not talking about Haiti, we're talking about what you guys brought up in the comment section. You have completely dismantled the main topic for a completely unrelated topic. And I mean, I got like 40 pages of, man, there's a lot of shit going on in Haiti. So I'm only entertaining your topics because there's a lot of roughness here. And ultimately, with what's going on, probably should not go to Haiti. So I don't know how much more information I could throw down on this before I can be like, yeah, it's just not a good place to go. Because I kind of covered that in the first 40 minutes. Like, holy shit. As a guy, and this will be the last thing I have to say about this topic, I promise. It's all right, man. You're doing good so far. He said, but I think having strong ideals and you're saying I won't change my mind is problematic, dog. Hey, well, I respect that view. I really do. One of the reasons why I respect that view is because it can be perceived as I am not an open-minded individual. But I have done a lot of research on the things that I believe in, and I stand by because core values are to supposedly do what you know is right, stand up for what you believe in by any means necessary. It means that you're not folding on what you believe and you accept the consequences of your actions before you perform the action. Now, in order for you to do what you know is right, you must first educate yourself on what should be right or wrong, socially acceptable or socially unacceptable. And while I understand that that can be arbitrarily imposed from culture to culture, the fact is what you think you should be doing should be a uniform perspective. So if you're the kind of person that believes that if somebody steps on your Jordans, you should punch them in the face. It doesn't matter if the person's 6'5", 320 pounds, built like Hulk Hogan, or if they're 5'2", built like olive oil. Either way it goes, if they step on your shoe, consequences should be the same. If you're going to only administer consequences arbitrarily when you think you can beat the other person up, and it be a double standard where if you think that person will beat you up if you respond, then you're not going to take action. Then you should not do anything to anyone that steps on your shoe, because I come from a perspective of uniformity. Now, since I come from a perspective of uniformity, when I start talking about the double standard and how I stand against the double standard, and I expect things to happen a specific way when people are in my presence, which means that they must choose to adapt to my dynamic or not engage me in real society. Usually in this podcast, we're not actually on a red pill, blue pill, black pill podcast. We're on financial improvement. Every topic that we talk about how it impacts your money, how it is not financially beneficial to you, how it compromises your end goals with your 20-year plan, not how it impacts me, not how I think I should do things and what I demand from you towards me. It's about what you can do to change the things that you don't like in your life so that you can be better at your life. And I just give you guys heads up about alternatives to the things that you might not have known about, because common knowledge is not all too common right now. So I agree with your observation that I won't change my mind could be perceived as problematic, but I can also tell you that if I have a core value, a non-negotiable expectation for behavior, it is supposed to be non-negotiable, which means I'm not going to change my mind on that observation. If I am flexible to change my mind, it's not a non-negotiable, it's up for debate. And if it's up for debate, then that means that I don't have core values. And if I don't have core values, then that means that I could be molded by the first person or the first group of people that can pressure me to agree to do something that I don't agree with. And no person, man or woman alike, should compromise their own values. Now, in the interest of our First Amendment constitutional rights, we can agree to disagree. Our Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. We have the ability to acknowledge that while we don't have the same views, we can all coexist in the same place at the same time and discuss ways to make, save, and invest money so that we can no longer be in the financial situation that we're in right now and still be able to live a better life than what we was, even if we don't all go down the same path to get there. Now, just because you don't agree with my views, the entire show is disrupted about gender inequalities and feminist movements and everything to that effect, instead of a political uprising in Haiti. And now, because I am here talking about how I'm not going to change my views on what I see as unacceptable and inappropriate from my concepts, that's when it is understood as problematic. It is problematic. But the problem is that while we understand that it is not socially acceptable, and I stand on the fact that it is not socially acceptable, the fact is that the counter argument is, why shouldn't it be socially accepted? Then when I talk about why it shouldn't be socially accepted, then I am being put into a box of problematic and misogyny and other such things where I am disingenuous because I'm speaking on my views when my views were asked of me in a podcast that wasn't talking about my views. So the double standard here is that you're going to ask me if my opinion only if I'm willing to change my opinion. But if I'm not willing to change my opinion, now my opinions are too harsh. That's ridiculous. So no matter how much I try to stay on topic, you want to talk about my emotions. Again, traveling to Haiti is not safe because lawless men right now. See, now that is a perfect example of gaslighting. Because if we go through the comment section, you were asking me about women and my views on women and my views on men, not on Haiti. So that is a perfect observation of gaslighting. So when you made that comment earlier today, this is what gaslighting looks like because you have not been on the Haiti topic for about an hour and 25 minutes. You have been asking me rebuttal questions about my views about women's values and respect towards women or the lack of respect towards women based on their lack of self-respect. He said, I think you should have a woman's perspective on camera. Mine won't be any good. But I think it would be helpful for what you're trying to teach. Right now, I'm trying to teach about how it's not a good idea to go to Haiti. But I do believe that if a woman has, if we ever cover a show where, like last week, where we covered what makes women value, and I mean, I was quoting scripture about how women are valuable in certain ways, and not one woman wanted to step up and talk in the comment section last week. But now that I'm talking about Haiti, we've got a female in here talking about her beliefs about respect towards women, and now I'm supposed to have another woman jump up on a podcast. Women have the ability to click the link, approve the mic, approve the podcast, and then once they've done so, if I verify that they are here in the green room capable of articulating in an appropriate fashion, because I'm going to verify uh, who she is before she comes up on the screen, then I put her up on the screen and we can have a conversation on those days when we're talking about the double standards of relationships. And I can specifically create a show specifically for the double standards in socialization so that we can have that debate. And if a woman wants to come up and talk about her observations as to why she believes that my double standards, or not my double standards, but the double standards of society should stay the way they are, and how my belief of those double standards make absolutely no sense because I'm a man of uniformity, and double standards don't make sense in uniformity because it's consistency throughout. So if it is conditional, that it's not uniform, and if it's uniform, it's not consistent. And that's so yeah, it would be nice to have a female come up on the show when we talk about things that impact women. But I mean, women don't always have the courage to come out of the comment section and get up onto the show. They usually put their comments in the comment section, and then when I invite them onto the show, they kind of get quiet after that. But they're always welcome. He said we engage. W engage from you though. Yeah, well, yeah. I said going to Haiti right now is bad due to the misogyny. Okay. Now, that's the last time we talked about anything involving Haiti was because you were talking about the misogyny. And I was telling you that it wasn't necessarily actual misogyny. I was telling you about how the primal urges of men are unregulated over there. It is not perceived as misogyny. And that's where we had the disagreement there. Because you can call it misogyny if you want to from a First Amendment constitutional right perspective, but um, the reason why people behave the way they behave is because there's laws. Locks are made to keep honest people honest. Locks are not made to keep dishonest people honest. Um, so in Haiti, where there's less structure, as we discussed when we were talking about Haiti, men and women alike get kidnapped. Adults and children get kidnapped. Um, and while they have the LGBTQ like ban over there, if anybody is going to be assaulted by a man, it is going to be a woman. But a man will be abused by another man, just in a different fashion than a man will be abused by a woman after both men and women are equally pulled off of the street for similar reasons. She's not being snatched up just because she's a girl. She's being snatched up because they snatch people up. That's not misogyny. Okay. She's being accosted because that's what the guys do out there, not because of misogyny. If they assaulted a guy out there with a mop handle, that's not misogyny. They literally behave Neanderthalic in their society as a cultural norm. That's not misogyny, in my observation. Okay, so her definition: misogyny represents all forms of abuse from men towards women. No. So in America, if those men in Haiti were behaving that way in America only towards women, then I would call that misogyny. The men are abusive towards all people strategically for their own benefit. If it was only women being mistreated in the culture, I would call it misogyny. All people are afraid for their safety in Haiti. All people who are not involved in the game, not just the women. In places like India, where women are trafficked, women are abused, I would say in India, that would be misogyny because only the women have to fear for their safety. I would say that's misogyny in India. But in Haiti, I wouldn't say that that's misogyny because everybody who is not a part of whatever coalition is in that area are afraid for their safety. So it is not a biased behavior. Misogyny is going to represent exclusive biased behavior. That is going to be misogyny, where it is geared exclusively towards women and only women. That would be misogyny. But the cultural norm there is that anybody gets snatched off the street and they get treated like shit the whole time they're in captivity, and they usually don't survive captivity, right? Men, women, and children. Nobody's safe, right? And get your wives, get your kids, because they're getting everybody out here, right? That's why I say it's not misogyny. She said, can't use certain words, but again, lawless men are bad for women. A lawless country is bad for society. It's not just bad for women. The way that a woman is going to get abused is going to be different from the way a man is going to be abused, and women are going to feel like the way they are being violated is going to be far worse than what could ever happen to a man. But demasculating a man is equally traumatizing as deflowering a woman against her will, because again, the psychological trauma is going to be different, but it's going to be severe and it's going to be lifelong, and it's not going to be as recoverable in a society that has no way to recover that trauma. And if that is a regular occurrence, it becomes the standard norm. If you survive it, you hope that it doesn't happen to you again, but you can't say that if it does happen to you again that you're going to do anything different than what you did the last time. But it is not exclusive to just the women, and that's one of the reasons why I'm saying that it's not misogyny, and it is not a lawless country where only men are running wild. Gangs are running wild, and those gangs are not exclusive to men. All right. So yeah, as far as women's virtues are concerned, yeah, your whole value system as a woman is in jeopardy in that society, and yeah, that would make it seemingly worse for a woman in Haiti than what it would be in the man, because for a man in Haiti, because like, his pride, his self-respect, his dignity, and his resources are going to be ripped asunder. But after a few broken bones, he's not valuable as a man because he can't work, he can't protect his wife, he can't provide for his kids. If he is snatched up, tied down, and forced to watch what happens to his family, his wife loses respect for him. His kids don't feel safe around him. So while yes, what would happen to a woman in that scenario is terrible, what would happen to a man in that scenario is just as bad, because at the same time, the family will no longer value or respect the man if they survive. So a lawless town is not good for anybody, not just exclusively towards men. She said, laws make a framework, for how uh, how to punish criminals. Oh, well, it's supposed to be that way, but in America, laws actually stop you from having freedom to go outside and be yourself. She said, "Well, why are you making it seem like I said something wrong?" Okay, you got a view and I've got a different view from the same scenario that you're talking about, and that's what we call a conversation. Now, you're coming from a singular standpoint where this society is not good for a woman. As a woman, you observe that it's not safe for you to go there, and I agree with you. But at the same time, I'm saying from a more broader perspective, it's not good for anyone to be there because what's happening is happening to everybody, not just women. So I'm not saying that you're saying anything wrong. I am adding to what you're saying by saying, look, it is just as shitty for you as it is for me. So you're highlighting and targeting that situations about women and lawless men, and then you're coining misogyny when men are creating crimes. And I am saying that it is not, in my observation, misogyny specifically because it is happening to everybody. And I also said that in India, because only the women have to fear for their safety in India, that it would be more misogyny in India because the women are being accosted the same way they're being accosted in Haiti, but the women are the only ones that are getting it that way. That is a misogyny when it is exclusive and biased. That is misogyny. Misogyny in the workforce is when a woman is being mistreated and she's the only one being mistreated. That is misogyny. It is not misogyny if everybody is being beat to shit. So here, for example, I'm going to do it again. This isn't me devaluing your comment. This is me showing you the difference between my observation of the word misogyny and your observation of the word misogyny. Take slavery. We're going to go back there. Now, men and women alike got beat. Men and women alike got their foot and their toe and God knows what else cut off when they try to escape. The men would be beat into submission. Women would be assaulted and bear children. That culture would not have been satisfactory to anyone involved, and I would not consider that behavior misogyny simply because men don't get pregnant. See what I'm saying? I'm not saying that there are not misogynistic scenarios. I'm saying that I don't believe from my observation of how misogyny is unilaterally targeting women is a good fit for a culture that is devaluing and destroying and disrupting and abusing everyone equally. Non-discriminatory abuse is not misogyny. Discriminatory abuse is misogyny. So only women being abused would be misogyny, but everybody being abused is not misogyny. It's a crime against society. Exactly. Special shout out to Cody Phillips. He said he just said it, assaulting anyone or any creature is wrong. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You have a severe negative bias to women. I never I don't have a bias. See, that's the thing. You don't like what I have to say, and because you don't like what I have to say, you tell me that I'm biased, and that's not true. You know, um, I'm telling you that the society as a whole is very unfitting for those of us that are planning on traveling. You specified a particular reason that it's unsafe for women exclusively, and I'm co-signing on the fact that it is not safe for anybody, not just women. And as soon as I point out the fact that it is not safe for anybody, not just women, and I specifically point out my view as to why I don't believe that misogyny is a good fit for this discussion, you devalue what I have to say by saying that I'm not respecting your view that women aren't safe there. Women aren't safe there, but men aren't safe there either. And children aren't safe there either. And cats and dogs aren't safe there either. Right? Thank you, Kel. You just disqualified him for being a man. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell. I never tried to disqualify his comment. Cuba, right? I just covered Cuba last week. Cuba and Haiti need a lot of help. I just covered how, but Cuba got less stuff going on with it. I was at least able to tell you how you could make you some money in Cuba and live in Cuba for under $3,000. I didn't cover an hour and a half of this, and I can't find any way for you to succeed in Cuba, in Haiti. I'm just sitting over here like, she. If you go to Haiti, you going at your own risk. And if you come back, if you come back, you are not going to be in a good place. You're likely going to be psychologically scarred as to what you see, even if you don't experience nothing. But if you experience something, it's not going to be something you're going to want to come back with a souvenir from. And it's not going to be one of them situations like in Vegas, what happened there, stay there. You're going to come back with some shit that's going to require you 20 years worth of therapy, maybe some penicillin. This is statistically speaking, sexual assault occurs against women much more than men, and the crime is misogynistic and entitled in its nature, is rooted in bad men's beliefs to take and how women are expected to behave or accept. Now, here again, you're exclusively rooting out one specific behavior pattern, which is men assaulting women, and then you're going to say that because women being assaulted is supposed to be misogynistic. That is not misogynistic, because again, a crime against society is a crime against society. Okay, um, when we look at crimes only against women, that's misogynistic. And then you're going to say that, well, a sexual assault against women happens more than it happens to men. That doesn't change that it still happens to men too. So in a society where men are going to be assaulted and women are going to be assaulted, but women might be assaulted more than men be assaulted, that's not misogynistic. That's an imbalance in assault, but it is still sexual assault. It's a special crime society, but that is not misogynistic. Now, you might not like the views of men that have certain expectations for women to behave, or what women are expected to accept. But that's also not a misogynistic mentality either, because expectations for social interactions where women are supposed to have the ability and authority to approve sex before they engage in it, and they're not in a certain society like Haiti or other places where they can actually approve of it. They just have to free use the situation. That's not misogynistic. It's a lack of social decorum. It might be a lack of mutual respect. It might be a lack of social structure, but it's not misogyny. You know, I don't let my wife wander the streets in Michigan. It's got nothing to do with anything, but I care about her safety. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, let alone third world country, you're a tourist if you make it back alive. Bro, look, if you go there and they snatch your passport, fuck getting on the plane, bro. You stuck there. If you don't got something to say, I'm an American, that the US Customs will take, bro, you are not coming back. You go out there, that's it. So that was one of the things that I tried to argue when we were on this topic from before, because um we were having a discussion where I was saying that my personal belief was that, women are supposed to be dependent towards men so that men can protect and provide as women expect men to do. Because while women are capable of being independent, women do not hold value in a man that does not have the capabilities to protect and provide for her. So when I made that argument, that's when we started going down this rabbit hole of gender inequalities. And people started saying that I had very strong beliefs, and I'm like, bro, it's not. I have very strong beliefs, but I built those beliefs through years of research. I do research on the show 365 days a year, 366 on a leap year, and I go live every night of the week. Not one night out of the week do I not go live. So I have done 4 to 6 hours of research before every show, and all of it is tuned towards how this shit fucks up your money. And then when we do talk about how behavior patterns don't work well in a relationship where women's expectations are not going to get met because the man's behavior is not going to be acceptable because the woman is performing the man's roles and she's not going to be satisfied if he doesn't perform. And I use that example of if you're in the workforce and somebody else is not working as hard as you, you're going to be pissed off at them. That's the reason why. In order for the man to do his part, the woman has to stop doing his part and allow him to do his part, even if she can do it herself, because that is how she's going to value him, is by him doing his part. If she does his part for him, she's not going to value him. So she's going to leave the relationship, which is going to leave her alone. So in order for her to be in a relationship that she values, she has to draw the line somewhere and say, I'm going to stop in the woman's place so that he has the ability to perform as a man, because if he's not performing as a man, I'm not going to stay with him. That's not devaluing women, but I'm being thrown into a corner. I'm like, bro, as soon as I throw a right, technical foul. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. So you're being hyper literal. Yes, ma'am, I am always hyper literal. In a disingenuous manner. No, I am being genuine about it. I am genuinely literal about it. It's specific things, and the only metaphorical things that I utilize are directly correlatable to exactly what I just said, so that it makes sense to everybody who heard it, even if you don't agree with it. So she says, if straight men only target women for a specific crime that is uniquely perpetrated against a woman, and that crime is misogynistic. Well, it's splitting hairs here. So a straight man kidnaps people, beats people, abuses people, and it could be a man or a woman. They assault whoever with whatever's nearby: lead pipe, broomstick, shoe, empty soda bottle, and they entertain themselves with the misery of others. But because that straight man will impose intercourse against the will of the woman, that's misogynistic? No. That is straight up abuse across the board for all parties involved that are victims of that particular type of environment. It's not misogynistic. If only women were the only ones that were only being corralled up and trafficked into an abusive situation, that would be misogynistic. Again, when I tell you about how it's safe for men to go to India, but it's not safe for women because only the women will be captured and abused, that is misogynistic. So I clearly identify exactly what you're talking about when you're identifying misogynistic, but I'm clearly identifying how the dynamic of Haiti doesn't fit that mold, because everybody is being mistreated uniformly. They might not be experiencing the exact same type of abuse in the exact same situation, but everybody who's being kidnapped is being abused and usually not surviving the abuse. Now, that's not, in my observation, misogynistic. Yeah, victim of circumstances, yes, but not misogynistic. Now, we can agree to disagree, because I understand that you feel like when something that happens to a woman from a heterosexual man or even a homosexual man, that's misogynistic. But that is a one-sided view. Now, after me providing you multiple different examples of a holistic view as to why I don't agree with the fact that the word misogynistic fits this particular situation, you believe that I'm not valuing your opinion because I won't agree with your observation of misogynistic. We can have different views and I can finish this show. But just because I don't agree with you doesn't make me wrong, and it doesn't make you any less believe what you believe, right? It doesn't make you right if I don't agree with you. It doesn't make me wrong if I don't agree with you. What it means is that you believe something different than I believe. I'm not trying to force you to agree with me. I'm explaining to you why I don't agree with you when you use the word misogynistic in this context. So I never said women shouldn't protect themselves. Now, we're not talking about women protecting themselves. We're saying that everybody's getting got similarly. He said, I'm literally saying, don't go, ladies, because you're not safe. And you laugh and mock me. No, I'm laughing at the fact that I have entertained this for an hour and 48 minutes. I've entertained this one topic that has absolutely nothing to do with the main topic of all of the other things that are not women being accosted by men, because there's other reasons why you shouldn't go to Haiti. People with guns, children with guns, gangs, no government, no stable currency, no stable transportation, no stable resources, no stable plumbing. You've got to wipe your butt with toilet paper from 15 miles down the street. You've got to poop in a corner that's just probably going to be your bed. There's so many different things that we could talk about as to why it's not good to go to Haiti. No central air and heat. The house is made of tin and wood. No cable TV. No TV. You're outside barefoot, kicking rocks around, calling it soccer. There's so many things we could talk about why it's not good to go over there, but you are exclusively focused on the fact that women get assaulted there, and that is why women shouldn't go to Haiti. I'm not mocking you. I'm pointing out the one-sided observation that you're having in a global problem or a societal problem that requires a holistic observation, which is completely different. High value men seem to have some type of dominant kink or domination kink. No, it's not a kink. That is the women's expectation. So that is not a kink. Women might consider that a characteristic flaw because women don't want men to speak their minds when women don't agree with them. I'm not trying to dominate you. I am pointing out the fact that I don't agree with you and I'm giving you reasons why. You're rebuttaling as to why you don't agree with me, but you're not willing to accept the fact that we don't agree as to why that's not as misogynistic versus your observation that it is. Not no fourth person is jumping in because we have two men here, me and Kodak, that are both agreeing that it's just a very shitty place to be holistically. It's not exclusively bad for women or exclusively bad for men, but it is, in my observation, since everybody has the ability to be wrong in a reasonably equivalent fashion, it's not misogynistic. Now, me saying whatever happened in your past would trigger you into ultimately believing that a societal failure is exclusively misogynistic to women. That would be me devaluing your observations, and that would be me attempting to gaslight you or humiliate you or devalue you and try to create barriers for genuine discussion. But I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that your observation of misogynistic is not similar to mine because since everybody gets abducted here, you have to pay for protection here. Foreigners are not safe here, not just women. Everyone is not safe here, right? I cannot identify misogyny in a society where nobody is safe. I can identify misogyny in a society where only women are not safe. I cannot identify misogyny when everyone gets assaulted just because women get more assaulted more than men, that it's misogyny only when it happens to women. No, if it only happens to women, then it is misogyny. But if it happens to everyone, it is not misogyny because everybody gets it. If everybody gets one good flagpole in the keister, that's not misogyny just because it happened to a woman. That would be my observation of gaslighting. He said you might have a small circle, queen. I'm not even going to dignify that, Cody. I'm not going to dignify that. I'm not going to say that she's got a small circle. She has articulated herself well, and I have a high level of respect for her ability to communicate. I'm just saying to her that I don't agree with the misogynistic term in and of itself. Is I respect you and will defend your life every day. Nothing required. And I stand on that. I agree. I put myself in harm's way for the sake of keeping her logic the way it is. Gaslighting is a huge word that we have to deal with. Gaslighting is something that a lot of now I'm going to say this, but I want you to understand, cowgirl. I'm going to say this, but I am not saying that this directly applies to you exclusively. So before my comment triggers you to feel like I'm about to devalue your everything that you say, I'm going to let you know that this generalization that when men speak, a lot of women usually will gaslight the man to make the man feel bad about what he has to say so that any views, opinions, points, expectations, commands are not respected by the woman. So, since they're not respected, she will devalue them by devaluing him. And after that, to prevent from losing his value in her, a lot of men who don't stand on their own non-negotiable expectations for behavior will then retreat from their views and then adopt whatever it is that woman wants him to view so that he can be accepted and included, which is a failure as a man because she is no longer going to respect him once she dominates him and corrupts his views. As soon as she breaks him, he is no longer interested. Until she breaks him, she will combat with him. It is not beneficial to her to break him. It is not beneficial to her to force him to agree with her. Because once he agrees with her, he no longer has a mind of his own, and women are not attracted to a man that doesn't have a mind of his own. So, in order for her to maintain his position in her life, she has to respect his opinion different from hers, agree that we're not going to agree on that, and then move on to something else. That is how a woman removes herself from an argument in a relationship. Because if she's going to argue until he says, you're right, what will happen in that relationship is he will no longer put his comments in. He will only agree with her, so she'll shut the fuck up and go somewhere. Then he will not feel right in this relationship because he doesn't have the ability to say anything. He will not be happy in this relationship, and then she's not going to be okay with the fact that he is behaving with resentment towards her because he's not happy. This is going to lead to cheating. Whether she cheats on him or he cheats on her, they're going to break up. She's going to say it's his fault because she doesn't know what's going on, because he's no longer free to speak. He's going to say it's her fault because she never listened to him and he gave up on trying, because every time he tried to say something, she wouldn't listen to him. She would shut him down, devalue him, start an argument, and then ruin the entire engagement. All of this would lead to a repetitive behavior of stepping out of your place. It is what it is, because she's not going to be happy with the dude that agrees with her all the time. That's going to be how it is. Now, a man that's not willing to change his views, regardless of what the woman says, it's like, look, you have your view, I have my view. I respect your view. You don't have to respect my view, but if we don't agree, then we don't agree. I can explain to you why I don't agree. You can explain to me why you think it is the way it is. But after you've explained it 5 times and I've explained it 8, at that point, you understand my view's not going to change. You understand your view's not going to change. That's when you respect the man and say, you know what? I respect your opinion. I'm going to get off that topic. Cody says, I got you. Day and night. Born that way. Me too. Soldiers of fortune. See, I just need some space to be able to defend you without being patronized. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. I'll go to war for a female in a heartbeat. But if I tell her to sit down and be quiet, she need to sit down and be quiet. Because if she don't sit down and be quiet, she gonna get caught in the crossfire and she gonna give out our location. Now we both gonna get got. So instead of me being the only one going down in the crossfire, we both got because she did. Shh, you know what I mean? While everyone in Haiti are going through their individual struggles, women, LGBT, foreigners, men, natives, Dominicans all have their unique reasons for why not to go. I agree with that. Yes, ma'am. Yes, everybody's got a reason not to go. That's why Haiti level 4 don't fly. When I cover some shows, I cover some countries where there's places where we can go and invest. We can buy housing. We can find families, build lifestyles. Some countries I cover that have incentives for foreigners to move there, get you some visas. I've covered a lot of countries in Asia that has the childbirth incentives where you get paid for your kids, and you can be rich, you can be poor. They're going to pay for your kids because they want more kids to be born. So it's not just offered to the low income like in America. It's offered to everyone that has a native born child, where at least one of the adults is a native and the child is also a native. And I cover a lot of those shows. But when I got to Haiti, bro, this is like 4 hours of this is disappointment. I'm looking at page 50 with magazines that the kids is toting magazines in the port of Prince. it's terrible. I was like, man, I didn't think that it was gonna be this bad. And that's really the only reason why I entertained her side topic for so long, because I feel like entertaining her side topic was a lot more appropriate than me entertaining how bad Haiti is. It is crazy. I have not. I didn't skip 25 pages, and I still have not found another location where we can find a more effective way to settle into that culture. It's like Cape Hayton. It's still, it's a little bit safer from gang violence, but they aren't immune to the state collapsing. So they're still dealing with some stuff over there. I'm like, Jesus. He said Haiti is American fault. Yep, I'll agree with that. We made them that way, and we about to do the same thing to Iran. He said, he said we owe the people of Haiti a lot more. Shit, with that $13 million a week we gave to Iraq and Afghanistan, we don't need to give nobody else another fucking dollar. I agree. The politicians are a problem. The politicians is doing some shit. Look, they out there for the oil. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get the oil. We're gonna protect it. We might free some of the hostages, but we're gonna get the oil first. We gotta protect the oil. Protect the oil. Man, that man, he almost looked like he was falling out of a drive-through window. We gotta protect the oil. See, I said that. He said, I'm not those women. I'm a crow. Stop ascribing. I didn't describe. I did a whole disclaimer before I said it. See what I told you. All that negative stuff on me, dude. I ain't doing negative stuff on you, girl. I am a man of uniformity. I am a man of uniformity. I say it ain't good and it ain't good. So she said earlier, Kodak, the French tariffs, which is TARIFF. I had to learn that myself. And America's enforcing really hurt Haiti bad. Yeah, it did. Fucked up the whole damn country. Burn this shit to the ground. The American need to step it up for all the Americas. Simple fact, we caused the problem and left them out. No, we caused the problem. We didn't leave them out. We left them there. We was like, I'm out. Mic drop. I'm out. The only thing I can say is you're lucky we didn't have a second Hiroshima over there because we could have wiped them out. America is not nice. We attack first and ask question last. You know, they've been bombing this place for 6 weeks now, and they're gonna keep bombing that place. When they finish bombing that place, ain't gonna be nothing left. But see what they haven't done yet, they haven't shown true tactical warfare. Because if they showed true tactical warfare, the first thing they would have did is blew up the schools, blew up the plants, blew up the hospitals, and then blew up because once you destroy the power grid, you destroy the medical facilities, you destroy the educational facilities, the society is going to collapse after that. The society going to collapse after that. They ain't doing that. They're just blowing up the nuke bases, the military bases, their defensive ships, and a couple of excursion areas. They're not really just like Doomsday and Rambo, just like bombing all of us women and children running and screaming with like you're stuck in traffic right after work and all of a sudden here's a missile coming. That's not what's going on over there. They're specifically bombing specific areas right now, but it's crazy how America can kick off some shit. But again, I'm going to tell you what's happening over there is the Supreme Court's fault because the Supreme Court stopped letting Donald Trump use tariffs to fight wars. He was using money to control countries. And now that he's not able to do that because the Supreme Court stopped him, now he's using American soldiers to get out there and stop them. He said, but if she tells you that, if he tells you to shush and duck, you're not going to do it because so she did spell it correctly. But if she tells you to shush and duck, you're not going to do it because women no tell Grongnak what to do. You have negative internalized opinions. I do not have internalized opinions. They're externalized. And they're not negative. They're holistic. And I never said that a woman should not. So here's the funny thing. Now, women having the capabilities to observe and listen gives them the capabilities to tell their man, look out, it's a trap. Now, if women only talked when it was time to warn their man that trouble was afoot, She don't never say nothing. That's like when a dog is barking, then a dog don't never bark. It's like, oh shit, I need to go see what's going on. If my wife is talking and she don't never say nothing, I need to go see what's going on. But a woman that don't never stop talking and then she want to be heard, it's like, bro, I asked you to stop so that we don't get got, and then you're telling me that we gonna both go down. There have been military soldiers in the middle of combat that killed their partner because his leg was broke and he wouldn't stop screaming. Because I need you to sit down and shut up so that we don't get caught. Now she's gonna use this excuse of um dude won't listen to a woman, and that's because men are negative and blah 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 blah. But no, look, man, women have feminism model that has them so defensive against a man giving a woman an instruction that a woman will be insulted at the fact that he is trying to help her because he is doing it by giving her an instruction, not because he's trying to help her because she doesn't want to be told what to do. But most men are actually being identified as simps because women will tell a man what to do with no context, and he will do what she says at the drop of a hat for one of two reasons. He has an emotional attachment to her or a sexual connection to her. That's it. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. A woman's attractiveness and a man's loyalty to her attractiveness will give him unconditional loyalty where she will tell him to do something and he better do it, right? Because worst case scenario, he's not getting laid. He's still paying for her every existence, but he's not getting laid anymore because he didn't follow instructions. Now, a man's job is to protect her. The president is a $4+ billion man, got 20 men watching him, and a grown man will tell a grown man, get down. A grown man will tell a grown man, it's time to go. A grown man will tell a grown man, you can't go in that building. A grown man will tell a grown man, stay in the car till I clear this room. And that billionaire will follow instructions. But let a woman be told, sit down and shut up. What you got to tell me that for? You could have said that nicer. And when I use that as an example to show why the culture is cooked, then I'm now being painted as a guy that has negative internalized opinions. It's not negative internalized opinions. I am pointing out the fact that the blindfolded observation that I can't be uniform because you don't want me to be uniform. I can't talk about the problem because you don't like what the problem is. And then when I point out how, while not all women do this, if 90% of women do this, and you're part of the 10% of women that don't, when I do talk about it, you're going to get offended and then say that I'm gaslighting all of society because you don't like what I have to say. We can agree to not agree, which is what I said 40 minutes ago, but you're still rebuttaling on this topic as if you're entertaining yourself with destroying this topic was cooked about an hour and some change ago. I'm skipping pages like I don't even want to continue talking about how destroyed Haiti is. Because look here, um what does the US government forbid you from going to Haiti with? Next thing I have on the list, the straightforward answer for your safety is that it's because it's a risk of being kidnapped or killed and it is unacceptably high for everyone, not just for women. It is because if you get hurt or sick, there's no reliable medical system to help you. It's because if you get into trouble, there is no functional police force or government that can protect you. The state as a provider of security and services has failed for the entirety of Haiti. So the warning is going to be blunt and the necessary tool, which is don't go there, to keep the citizens from walking into a lawless and unpredictable environment. And I went into the whole concept. And that was like page 59. There's like another 30 pages after that that talks about all of the other stuff that is wrong with this country. So I entertained. He said that was supposed to be ducked, not sucked. So when I come in and talk about the rest of this topic, it's like it's crazy because I mean think about it. Think about it. If it wasn't so chaotic over here, right? She's getting pissed off and saying that I have problems with my views, and I'm sitting over here looking at her like, oh, I'm only entertaining you because I don't want to finish this topic about Haiti, but I found something new, so I'm gonna start talking about that real quick. She said, it should be about man tell a woman duck, it should be the one who is first alerted to danger should alert the group with discretion for survival. Now, I want to co-sign on this that as a partner, women need to learn how to be able to follow instructions because half of this dynamic is that if a woman does come up and discreetly alert the danger, that men are usually going to follow the instructions of women. But when men typically try this dynamic, it isn't universally received. And that's the breakdown in society, not specifically you as a person, but that is a breakdown in society. I do agree that in a situation where you do have a reasonable observation of balance, because it's not going to be equal, it's going to be balanced. When she sees something that he didn't see, she should tip him off. And when he sees something that she didn't see, he should tip her off. But under those same dynamics, if a man tells a woman not to go out with her homegirls on a holiday weekend because it's not safe out there, she should listen. The same way a woman can tell a man not to go hang out with his bros on going to Vegas because it's probably not going to be it's going to be one of you going with a friend that gets y'all in trouble. Just don't go kind of situation, and he should probably listen. The women are going to say, well, he shouldn't tell me what to do. I'm my own person, and that's going to come from the dynamic of, oh, well, she don't never let me go anywhere. So you have a position where um, the lack of mutual respect and the double standard in you should listen to me because I'm giving you an instruction, but I shouldn't have to listen to you because I'm an adult is the breakdown in the discussion. So I do believe that if there was, for the sake of the discretion for survival, if there was a dynamic where social roles were respected on both sides, then she can stay in a feminine place and then step up when chaos arises, and he can stay in a masculine place and step down when her authority is needed. But that requires mutual respect because there are going to be things that women are better at than men, and I'll let you do this because you know what you're doing and I don't know what the fuck's going on. Vice versa, I've been paying attention to this and I know what's going on, and you need to just follow my lead. You can't have two leaders going in two separate directions. You must submit. One of y'all must submit to the other one's authority because in a perceivable 50-50 dynamic, you cannot have a scenario where it is going to be a divided scenario. Majority rules, a filibuster decision, is going to come from one person having more authority than the other. Because if one of us says no, and if we don't agree, we're not going to do it, the person who says no has more authority than the person who says yes. And if we're going to do it, whether you like it or not, then if one of us says yes, the other one has no say in the matter. So you're going to have a situation where at least one person is not going to feel heard because there isn't a scenario where we're taking turns, and there isn't a scenario where the respect is mutual, and there isn't a scenario where when the woman is in charge that she respects her man because he doesn't have the appropriate leadership skills from her expectations. That's what I'm talking. If the man submits to the woman, she will not have value in him because the only thing that makes a man valuable is his leadership skills, his ability to protect and provide. That is it. It is not because he's attractive. It's not because he got good hair. Nothing. His ability to protect and provide and lead. That's three characteristics of a man that must be there. And if he doesn't have that, he's not a man. A woman just has to be attractive. We would prefer all of these other things that would make her a more valuable woman, which is like a 1940 style behavior or like a Southeast Asia type of behavior. But outside of the behavior patterns, the only thing a woman has to do to be a woman is to be attractive and produce children. And with the rampant abortion out there, it's not happening there either. So the double standard is still going to be there. And I agree with you that it shouldn't, but it is. And that's the issue. He said, you think he will start bombing civilization infrastructures? He threatened it yesterday. Yeah, I think he's going to blow that motherfucker up, bro. He kept telling them that if they don't do X, Y, and Z, that he was going to start bombing their major power plant first and then double back and get everything else. Oh, yeah, I quoted that it should happen, not the infrastructure destruction, but I said that the war should continue to happen until at least June. And we're in April right now. I strongly believe that this is going to be another month and a half to 2 month conflict. But I don't know. I covered it on Monday, and I'm going to be doing a follow-up about what happened with Spain next Monday. But yeah, I believe that he's going to end up going after infrastructure, because if they don't release control of that Strait of Hormuz, Donald Trump wants control of the strait. If he don't get control of the strait, he will level Iran. The only thing stopping him from truly turning Iran into a crater is because he wants the oil underneath it. And if he drops a nuke on it, he's not going to get the oil. But if he didn't have oil under the ground, he would have nuked the fuck out of that place by now. I'm telling you, he would have. He would have fucked that place up, because you got to do it the billionaire way. You got to do it the gold standard, or it ain't gonna work. Because I work with men all day that don't know how to shut up. That's real. Yes, sir. I know. They got some men that so goddamn hard headed. I know I got a homeboy right now that I done try to give him so much advice, and he don't listen. And then he over here calling me talking about how he ain't got no fucking money, and I'm like, well, if you would have did what I told you, bruh. When bombs drop, gender doesn't matter at all. Yeah, you are right about that. Gender does not have discrimination. There's going to be a scenario where everything with a pulse will no longer have a pulse. He said, yeah, well, my woman is not following orders for any reason besides I call better shots, but she expects that of me. So she looks to me for answers when everything hits the fan. But see, that's one of the things. So she had good decision making skills because she paid attention to your decision making skills. She respects your decision making skills, and then she stuck with it. And I agree with that. Women should be paying more attention to a man's character and a man's personality and his decision making skills, and pay less attention to his wallet and his ability to impress her by wasting money. Because any man that's willing to take a woman somewhere for $500 on the first night, he don't even know her fucking name, that's a waste of money. And if he's willing to do that for her on their first date, he's willing to do that for anybody, which also means that she has a financially irresponsible man. So if she links with that man, yeah, he spent $1,000 on her last weekend, but he is spending $1,000 on the weekend with a stranger. That's fiscally irresponsible for her ability to become a millionaire, because every time she get an extra $30, he gonna take that shit and go to the club and drinks on him because they got extra money. And you're gonna say, well, I ain't gonna let him take my money, but that's not the case, because when you're in a relationship with somebody else who takes money out the household and wastes it in the street, you have to subsidize the household with the money that the other person didn't put in. So if you're dating a financially irresponsible person, your ability to succeed hurts. So I tell women, pay attention to that character. But if you pay attention to that character and you back down from being the authority and allow him to lead, you can see how well he leads. And if you like the way he does it, you can let him do that. Now you can prioritize something else. That is called delegation. And a true leader leads from the rear. And where I keep trying to tell women is, if you back there behind him, you can call the shots and he can get his ass whooped because you're not in front. That's what I keep trying. And a feminist model is not going to agree with that. She said, that's awesome. There's no problem with looking to your partner for assistance and support. Advice you two are awesome. You both have trust and respect for each other's capabilities. I know there's some words missing in there. Oh, you two are awesome. Oh, there's supposed to be a period there. Oh, missed it. No, but when a grizzly hits our cave, I'm dying, and you you grab the children. No, wait, look. How many of these people going after the bear talking about, so I'd be safer with the bear than the dude? Shit. I ain't never seen that happen. If you choose a bear over another person that you can communicate with, both of y'all die. I don't give a what's going on. I'm not trying to sit here and try to say, no, it's toxic. No, no, no. Anybody who's screaming, I will side with the bear before I side with another human being, then lost their damn mind. Because you are not going to be able to hold the conversation with that bear. And if that bear wants you to get off their turf, they're going to fuck your ass up. If you in the woods with a bear and a man, your best bet is to get that man to help you get the fuck from around there. Because if you go and talk about, so I'm going to get this bear to protect me from that man, you're going to be breakfast and the man is going to be lunch. That's how this shit going to go down. Don't look back. Don't save me. You're going to turn to salt like Sodom and Gomorrah. Save our family. I'm going to take one for the team. He said, hey, no relationship is perfect. I feel like many men want a relationship they have with their mom. No, they don't. They really don't. She said to be like the only one that they have with their dog. Well, okay, so men and women alike both only know the kind of relationships that they develop with their moms because 82% of broken homes grow up without their fathers. So they don't know, men don't know how to behave, and women don't know how men are supposed to behave because men and women have been raised by women, and women don't know how men are supposed to behave. So they can't teach men how to behave, and women don't know how to behave for men because they've never seen a man behave well in front of them. And that's why they're a single mother in the first place. Now, since the toxicity in their childhood is what they grew up on, they seek toxicity because that's how they identify love. And now they're going to look for a toxic relationship. They're going to look for a fixer upper. They're going to look for chaos that they can try to fix and make a home out of. And it never works out. And they always blame the other person. But it's not because they're looking for their mother. They're looking for familiarity. That's what they're looking for. Men and women alike end up in that dynamic. Women that have daddy issues are not looking for someone that reminds them of their father. They're looking for the male attention that they didn't get in their childhood, and they don't know how that looks healthy. So they go after whatever dude that's willing to sleep with them and give them that male attention. So it is stemming from their childhood, just not the way you think. Uh, but again, you're in a situation where she said you're heroic. It's a very honorable thing. Courage and foolishness is a thin line between the two, but I prefer to be a foolish hero than a courageous coward. That's what I'm trying to tell her. No one here hates women, but it's just perceived that way because my views are not going to be flexed based on a difference of observation. Special shout out to Candace. Hi everybody. What's the topic for today? Today we were supposed to be talking about Haiti, but the show dang near over. And Haiti is reckless right now. So there's so much stuff going wrong with Haiti that I don't even know what to say. I was looking at Haiti like, dang, because I thought that Haiti was just kind of a little bad, but Haiti is like way too. So I got on Haiti. I talked about Haiti for like the first hour, and then after that, I was like, yeah, this ain't gonna work for anybody. So I just said, well, we're just gonna stick with the topics that we got from the people in the comment section because Haiti isn't working for anybody. Uh, oh wait, hold on. Do I have to? No, I don't think so. So I'm gonna go back and double check that because I think I got something I gotta do in the next 30 minutes. But oh, actually no, it might be 3:30. It might be another hour from now. I might have a little bit more time to talk to y'all. She said, "Oh gosh, is this one of those men hate women channels?" Hell no, girl. This is not a man hate woman channel. We was actually sitting over here talking about social infrastructure, and I was actually about to get back into it. So what happened was before you got here, Candace, when we were talking about how Haiti's government is gone and its people is suffering, and that's why you shouldn't go there as traveling to make, save, and invest money over there because that's what this podcast is about. If you look at any other show on this channel, you will come to find that this channel really only talks about ways for you to make, save, and invest money and change your decision making skills, and so that you can benefit yourself. So it's more of a self improvement podcast that focuses on both your money and your personal decisions. But sometimes, because social interaction negatively impacts your money, I have to talk about the inequalities that almost resembles a podcast that is a man hate woman channel because women don't always like what a man has to say when it does not positively address what women do. But it is also a situation where I also first and foremost talk about how fucked up the men are because this podcast is about helping men become better men so that men are not uh, 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 unable to find that right person. Because in order for a man to find a woman of value, a man must first become a man of value. So, from a first person accountability perspective, my podcast teaches men how to become better men. And then subsequently, you have to hold the women to a better standard. That's where the argument comes in at, because once a man raises his standards, I am argued against for having the requirement that women hold themselves to higher standards than what they're willing to in order to be in my company. And that is the issue. And that's where the breakdown in our conversations come from. It's not about, this is definitely not the type of podcast that wants to discourage women from being women. It is the kind of podcast that is literally about how to improve yourself and be better than what you were. So, um, a lot of times there are people that come to this channel and they just got in on the accent of a topic that was brought up by the comment section. Because again, my show was supposed to be talking about Haiti. I still got the infrastructure, healthcare, power plants, low income investors that we were supposed to be talking about for today, and I didn't start talking about that because the comment section took me down this path. This podcast isn't about that kind of stuff. He said this is a man and woman's roles, and understanding the dynamics without name calling is in a relationship. Yeah, I agree, and I really respect Crowd Girl because she has to happen to maintain a very awesome communication today without breaking down the communication into something more inappropriate. Nope, I'm not Snoop Dogg's cousin. I wish I was. I have me some money. So everything I hear men talk, everything I hear, yeah, I saw that correctly. Talk like this, it makes me so happy. God made me a lesbian. I don't really think that your being a lesbian has anything to do with my views. However, if you don't like the views that some men have, I can understand why you might decide to not affiliate with men. However, again, I also recognize that in lesbian relationships, women break up for the exact same reason why heterosexual relationships fall apart. And in fact, lesbian relationships fall apart far more than heterosexual relationships. And the lowest level of dysfunction is homosexual men, where people don't want to gonna want to hear this. The common factor in the largest quantity of breakups is women, because 70 to 90% of women leave men because women are not satisfied. 10 to 30% of men leave women because they don't like being disrespected and the women are not loyal. Men will stay in a relationship that is not healthy for them and try to fix it and hope that it'll work. Women will abandon a relationship because they don't have anything invested in the relationship besides time and sex. Men have their entire livelihood invested into it, and they consider it a financial loss and a loss of resources because half of the man's estate goes to the woman when the woman leaves. So men are discouraged from breaking up with women because they have something invested in a relationship. Women are not discouraged from leaving men because they have nothing invested in a relationship besides effort and time, their looks. That's it, which they can take all of that with them. But no, when you broke the 5 or 7 relationships that you've been in, if you've dated all women, you've left women for the same reason why men leave women. And women have left you for the same reason why women leave men. So the dynamic is that my views have no impact on why you don't like men, but not liking opinions of men will discourage you from hanging out with them. I try to be non-partial, but I am definitely not going to be nice. So you say that I'm a negative perspective, and I don't really have a negative perspective. I have a harsh and unforgiving perspective. And if that is perceived as negative, then I do accept that. Specifically because when you come from the hard truth, when you don't sugarcoat it, because one of the issues we have with the delivery of message is that a man will accept a message, even if it turns out to have to be negative because it is backed by facts and information. But if the delivery is wrong, not a lot of women will accept the message simply because she doesn't like the delivery, not because what is being said is incorrect. So it is. I am a very uniformed individual, but it's not going the way it's supposed to go because of the topic that we're talking about. But if you look at the rest of my channel, if you look at the other 2,000 plus episodes that's gone through, I don't do a lot of shows that specifically target or in any way, shape, or form devalue women. Most of my shows is all about how let me there it is. All right. She said he's pretty non-partial when he talks about political. We got some negative perspectives on women. I do. Special shout out to Insane. Yes, it is free will. He said, I feel you, Queen. They don't get why it's repulsive. No, we don't get why it's repulsive. When I talk about neutrality or uniformism, I don't get why uniformed opinions are repulsive. The fact is that when I talk about how bad the men are, the women are willing to pull in. But when I start talking about how bad the women are in the exact same scenario, doing the exact same negative behavior, that's when it's repulsive. If this was a fine-tuned show that just really made women look like shit, then I could see your opinion being that way. But if I spent 10 minutes talking about how women do things that aren't supposed to be that way, I'd equally come back and talked about how men fuck up the situation. And then I double backed and talked about how collectively both sides fuck up the situation. So I don't understand why it's repulsive because you don't like or don't agree with the views that I have. But she said, yeah, it feels bratty. It does. Some people are offended by what they hear. She said, but y'all don't make you lesbian. Yeah, no, nothing that got going on make him a lesbian. It's up to us to let him get back to politics because he is a dominant male figure, and that is a human thing. So some people need strong male figures. You're right. If they let me get back to this topic, we can wrap this motherfucker up. He said, y'all pick your own partner, your own relationship dynamic is not that black and white. I agree. So we all trolling with geopolitical problems. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. Because I started this topic 3 hours and 30 minutes ago, and the first hour was about Haiti, and the last 3 hours have been about everything but fucking Haiti. So I do appreciate learning things here. I feel if you improve your internal perspective of women, you can build a better financial future with your partner and teach people that. I believe that if a woman is willing to come onto the podcast and co-host the podcast so that they can deliver the message better to women so that women will be more receptive to the exact same information because my delivery is going to be harsh, cold-hearted, and perceivably cruel, specifically because I'm going to come from a first-person accountability behavior. You cannot tell somebody else that they fucked up. There's no nice way to tell them that they're fucking their lives up. But if there's anything about your life that you don't like and you have the control to change it, and you're not willing to change it, you're in a shitty situation because of your bad decisions. And when I tell people that, oh, well, that's harsh, I understand that. And that's supposed to be harsh because if you don't like what's going on in your life, if there's anything about your life that needs to change, you need to change that. And when I give any scenario, any topic, any discussion that we have, it is all about first person behavior changes. So if a woman's got a problem in a relationship, I'm going to talk to her about how she's fucking it up because she is the common denominator in every relationship that she's in. A man comes to me and talks about how shit's not going right. I'm gonna come and talk to him about how he's fucking up because he is the common denominator in all of the shit that he's in. But right now, when we start talking about just like the same thing when we were talking about the misogyny thing, if everybody's being fucked over, you can't say, oh, one person is being targeted. And misogyny is exclusive targeting behavior. If everybody's being fucked up, you can't use that. Well, you can, but I don't agree with you using that dynamic on a scenario where everybody's being fucked over equally. That's where we have the breakdown. So if you believe that you know a woman that is willing to get up here and provide that perspective of women that women are willing to receive, I'm more than willing to give her a link to the show where she can jump in and provide that capability. However, at the same time, not too many women have the courage to step up because a lot of women are concerned that they will get onto a podcast like this one and be made an ass out of the way other men have done in other podcasts where their whole structure is to put a woman on the show and make her look like a dumbass. And that is not what I do, which is one of the reasons why I go solo on these topics a lot of the time, because I'm not here to insult or humiliate a woman. I'm here to talk about how if you look at the bad decisions that you make as a woman, you could see why you're not happy with the life that you have. Vice versa, if you look at the bad decisions that you make as a man, you could see why you do not have the life that you wish you could have. Then I give you guys 7 days a week worth of all the different ways you could change the way your life is so that you no longer live a life that you wish you didn't have to live. But unfortunately, uniformed accountability requires me at some point to call women out and say, hey, you're socially fucking up, you're personally fucking up, and you need to think about changing in order for you to get better results out of yourself and your society. Now, that part no woman wants to hear. But if I tell men that exact same thing, you got men flooding into this chat. 75% of this channel is men because all of the men are like, damn, I didn't think about that until you said it. But the women, it's repulsive. Because men talk about the good, bad, and neutral for men, but lump all women together and brand women as bad, and it's not good. I agree with the other podcasts that do that. They shouldn't do that. They should be able to call out the good, the bad, and the ugly. But I only call out the shit that doesn't work for people. And I have to come from both sides of the fence. If it ain't working for you, sweetheart, it ain't working for you. If your expectation in life is to stay single until you die, and that's not a human instinct, then you can be an alpha boss lady, you can be a Fortune 500 woman, you can stay single your whole life, but you're never going to find a partner that you value because they're not going to be able to live life as good as you live life because you are doing it better than 85% of men. And you're competing with 100% of women for the top 15% of men. And a woman that is not nearly as successful as you can acquire a man faster than you simply because she's younger and more attractive. But every man is only going to be identified by his resources, his ability to protect, provide, and lead. Now, the older women get, the less attractive women are, the less they're capable of reproducing. The only thing that a woman has left in a relationship for marriage after 30, 40, 50 years old is the ability to cooperate. But through all of the negative relationships that women have had from bad men who make bad decisions through in their younger years, the guys that are only trying to get laid instead of trying to build a future, those women are now scorned from bad decisions because they picked the bad guy because they wanted a thrill. So she chose that, but now she regrets it. And now she hates all men from it because she's traumatized from those bad decisions. Instead of getting the boring dude that would have worshiped the ground she walks on, she got the exciting dude that ignored her and treated her like shit. And this is, again, just from observations from childhood upbringings and everything to that effect, that people do this stuff. But in that dynamic, by the time she's 30, 40, 50 years old, she's emotionally closed off. She doesn't want to cooperate. She doesn't want to negotiate. Because she's dated so many selfish people, she's selfishly after whatever she can get out of whatever engagement that she gets into, because self-preservation has kicked in, which is a male characteristic. But that's because she's experienced so many negative males that have that self-preservation tactic that she's learned that from social interaction. Now, in order for me to change that, I got to change the way the men behave. Hands down. In order for me to change that, I got to change the way the men behave. Now, I can't just fix the problem by only fixing the men. I got to fix the women too. So I got to tell the women, when the men are not fucking up, you want to go after them. But with the men are fucking up, you don't want to fuck with them. Then I got to say, well, women, if y'all don't behave the way modern 2026 girls are behaving out there in the streets, you will not attract the men that you don't want, which will leave only the men that you do, because you can't tell the difference between Chris Brown and Chris Tucker until he beat your ass. But if you don't dress and talk and carry yourself in the mannerisms that will pick up a Lil Wayne or a Quavo or a Drake or a Kendrick Lamar, then you're not going to be in a relationship with the kind of dude that's going to do you dirty. Instead of you only chasing after that Nick Cannon so that you can be the 18th baby mama, or something to that effect, you start paying attention to the dude. Because I done already covered on this show plenty of times how two people can come together with $30,000 and $40,000 incomes and start generating millions of dollars inside of 10 years if y'all just stuck to y'all shit. I talked to y'all how two people with $50,000 a year incomes, combined income $100,000 a year, y'all be making $2.5 million inside of 20 years. That's a standardized marriage. I done talked to y'all about building joint trust. I'm talking about how why doesn't every person who gets into an engagement with somebody, not an engagement like fiance, but like a relationship, a solid relationship, and just start building a trust because that relationship exists where that trust is paying y'all money. So whereas if every relationship was giving you a residual income from joint investments, if you had 10 or 15 different relationships, you would have 10 or 15 different trusts paying you a check. You would have your livelihood set up because you would have an irrevocable trust set up where whatever I put into this relationship is going to pay me dividends for the rest of my life. And don't nobody get to that part. You only want to devalue me because I say, well, your attitude is poor as a woman, not you specifically, Crow Girl, but women in general that don't fit the mold, because that's not even 80% of women. It's more like 15 or 20% of women, but those women are seen in society more often than the other 80% of women, because the women that got common sense are working, taking care of their kids, minding their own damn business. They're not out in the street getting into world star moments and dropping it like it's hot and everything to that effect. You can't find the women of value as easily as you can find the women of low value, because the women of low value is running the streets. But my point is that throughout this entire dynamic, we find that if I tell the women who want to change and improve their value, even just a little bit, that there are certain things that you can do to change here is, I'm asking you to change. I'm asking you to improve. And I'm asking you to set yourself up for a position where you will only be looked at by the best of the best. That's not what women want to hear. They want to hear, go girl, do whatever you want to do. You only live once. Woo! That's what you want to hear. That's not what it's about. You only live once, 15, 16, 17 years old, and that puts you in a bad position. You know what I mean? But the dudes are part of the problem. They're the majority of the problem, because in order for women to behave the way they behave, where they're only getting negative attention and everything is transactional for a price, is specifically because dudes went from having charisma and communication skills to tricking, where it ain't tricking if you got it. So if I got money, I'm going to offer her enough money for her to give me her attention. And now no longer are women paying attention to a man's character. The men failed society. I'm going to tell you that the men failed society. They went from actually having value to only having money. And then women started, I need to pay my light bill. So if I'm going to talk to this idiot, I might as well get some money. And that turns us into a whole nother situation. And that's one of the reasons why I tell you guys, there's a lot more to this podcast, and there's a lot more to the things that we talk about on the show than really the gender inequalities. But since y'all brought me here, you know what I mean? I had to get on that. She said, when you use the same talking points as the men who take pleasure in humiliating you appear to be on their team. But see, that's going to be one of the issues. Unfortunately, the men that use the talking points to deliberately devalue women are actually using factual information about how women don't behave appropriately. And that's kind of the issue. So when I come from a perspective, there's, like I said before, there's no nice way to tell you that you got to improve. But what I do different that other people don't do is that I'm going to point out exactly how a man fucked up the rotation just as quickly as a woman fucked up the rotation. But the difference is, while I got some women in the comment section, I'm going to tell y'all that there's a way that y'all can change. Y'all can improve. Because when I give the men, okay, in order for a man to be a better man for a woman, he has to get his money up, stop making stupid decisions, stop chasing girls with short skirts, stop peacocking, where he's trying to impress her with his money. Oh, expensive dates and all this other shit, because you're going to attract the wrong woman, right? Now, that's going to say, well, instead of opening your wallet, you're going to do like a $5 coffee or some shit. You're going to take her to a park, no money kind of situation. You're going to do a picnic or something really cheap and interact with her. He broke. No. If you take your wallet out of the equation as a man, you know that the woman that is there genuinely for your character, your personality, your perspectives, your leadership. If she takes the sex out of the equation, then she's got to bring something to the table, because how good she look don't matter because he's not getting laid. Now her character, her personality, her concepts are actually being admired by the dude. Long-term relationship is going to come from that. but that still requires for her to put on a longer skirt, to put on a longer shirt, wear some shit with some sleeves, wear something above her chest so that her cleavage ain't hanging out. Stop wearing tight clothes so that she's not flaunting her assets where she's only attracting men from across the room because they want to sleep with her. So, in order to fix the problem, you got to fix the symptoms. Because apparently, the solution, the core solution, is a behavior change and a mentality change. But the symptoms that attract a bad man, if you change that first until you get to the core, you will be able to see better results quicker. Now she said, "Thank goodness I have a girlfriend who I have had since high school, by the way, who loves and supports me, and I don't have to come home to a caveman night after night." Okay, I appreciate you. 1 in 6 women can't have children, and we are talking hundreds of millions. So life success for women is not only based on having children. I covered that on last Thursday's show. Not the 1 in 6 women can't have children. How a woman's successful life and a woman's value is not solely based on having children. It's also not solely based on looks. But modern 2026 men have found themselves only paying attention to a woman's ability to be attractive and behave. Now, while yes, I would expect obedience from a woman, but that's going to be because, uniformly speaking, if she gives me an instruction, I'm not going to ask any questions except for details on how to perform that instruction. But no back talk. You tell me go and pick something up. If I'm in a relationship with a woman that asks me to pick something up, I'm picking it up because she said so, not because she's in charge. Right now, mutual respect dictates that I need a woman that's going to follow my instructions. So if I tell you to go in the other room and make me a cup of coffee because me and this guy's got to have a conversation, I need a woman not to talk back, not to ask me why. Okay, dear, get up and go in the other room and make coffee. Now, if that means that while she's in the other room making coffee, I commit a felony, when she comes back in the room, she wasn't witness to what I did. So that kept her out of that response. That type of behavior requires a woman to say, if he gives me an instruction, I'm going to follow it, not because he's a man, not because of the alpha boss, the alpha male mentality, not because of the red pill podcast scenario. It's because if I would have gave him an instruction, he would have did it. Out of mutual respect, if I would have gave my husband an instruction, he would have did it. And for every woman that has dated a man from 14, 15, 16 years old, where the boys was carrying your books, carrying your backpack, walking you to school, running back to class, coming to meet you at the bus stop, walking you home, getting beat up by your daddy, all this other shit, taking you to prom, everything to that. Let me get you this, let me get you something to drink, blah, blah, blah. Even though you're going to say, yeah, he only did that because he wanted to sleep with me. Think about the fact that you were dating dudes that followed your instructions unconditionally. And then by the time you marry a man, you're not willing to follow a man's instructions. The dynamic is still going to be the same. That it's fundamentally um, improbable for a woman to be in a relationship with a man if she is not willing to obey that man, because she has a, if she chose a good man, then she chose a man who will do the exact same thing for her. So now we're looking at, on a negotiation table, if all of her needs are guaranteed to be met, now we have to dictate the terms for the man. And if I put those terms up on a table, all the women are going to object because they don't like the terms, not because they're not getting it too, because they don't like the terms. So she wants to receive that. She just doesn't want to deliver that. And that's the problem. The lack of mutual respect, the lack of uniformity. And that's why we end up in these debates, because I debate from uniformity and everyone else debates from one-sided behavior. And because they debate from one-sided behavior, as soon as I get to the other side where it no longer favors you, I get a rebuttal. As long as it favors you, everybody's quiet. But as soon as I stop favoring you, I get the rebuttal. And that's the difference between women and men, because men are not going to give me a rebuttal simply because it doesn't favor them. They're going to be like, yep, that's right, those shoes fit, and I'm going to either wear them or change the way I do shit. But with a female, it's not going to be the same thing. If the shoe fits, she's going to bitch about it. That's why you're asking me, are infertile people not valuable humans to you? Infertile people can be equally as valuable to me as fertile people, but the problem is with fertile people who choose abortion over infertile people who have no choice in life is that an infertile person would be willing to bear a child even if they had to do artificial insemination in order to bear that child so that they can be a parent. Whereas fertile people who have the capabilities to do more than unfertile people are more willing to kill off every child that they have because they don't want responsibility, not because they were assaulted, not because they didn't have a choice in the matter. They could have said no, and the man would have respected that, and they chose to sleep with the man. They chose to get pregnant, and then they ended up in a position where they didn't have the finances. They didn't have a responsible man. He didn't have the finances, and they're going to kill a child that could have been the next president that wouldn't be starting wars in Iran, and instead they destroyed potential due to lack of responsibility. And that I don't have respect for. I don't have a problem with the person that is infertile. I don't have a problem with a 50-year-old woman that can't have children if she's willing to cooperate with her husband. I have a problem with a 30-year-old woman, a 40-year-old woman, a 70-year-old woman that will not cooperate but demand to be worshipped like a queen. It makes absolutely no sense. If you're not willing to give it to your husband, you shouldn't demand it. If you're not willing to be what a man wants you to be, you deserve to be single for the rest of your life, because a man is going to spend 70% or 75% of his life trying to be what the majority of women want him to be, which is 6'5", over $100,000 a year income, good credit score, own all of his own stuff, big houses, big cars, G-Wagons, and all this other shit to impress her. But all a man is going to ask for is a fucking sandwich, a back massage, and some damn cooperation. And now all of a sudden he's misogynistic. That's it's the issue. Women will admit men are simple, which is why a woman can smash 100 dudes and know what all men want besides sex. Women are complicated, but more men meet more women's expectations, even though women are more unique than men. Women have more demands than men. And if men are so simple, why is it so hard for a woman to keep a man? We understand that men fuck it up. We understand that women are complicated, and we understand that men don't always do a good job with keeping a woman. But the question is, if men are so easy, why are women so hard finding and keeping men? Because men control marriage, women control sex. Women will give away sex for nothing, but a man will not give marriage for nothing. So why is it so hard for women to get married if the problem is with the men? Kodak said, nope, my girls are queens. They need to be beautiful and told. So I agree. And they dress up and feel good about it. But I'm always nearby like a villain looking for a like that, man. I'm in the bushes. I wonder what that dude's doing. Go and get the dogs. The things we do in the life have value. The things we do in this life have value, and your internal value is important. Each individuals are unique, and your memory will fade in a few generations. That is the fate for the greatest of us. Actually, the fate for the greatest of us is to outlive your lifetime where you're still trending worldwide like Kevin Samuels. That is what the greatest of us get, where schools and streets and community centers are still named after you, like Martin Luther King, where society never forgets you 200 years after you die. That is what happens for the great of us. For the average, probably 2 generations down the line, you're forgotten. Your kids might remember you, but your grandkids won't know you. Your great grandkids ain't even being talked about because your grandkids don't talk about you. You're pretty much gone, second generation, right? But while the value in women is inherently there, the inherent part of a woman's value is a virtue, and part of the woman's value is the ability to create a legacy. And women control that legacy. Men want the legacy, women control the legacy, and women use that legacy to control men, hands down. And I mean, if I had that capability, I'd say, hey, do it. But I also believe that if you could be the queen of a castle that was built for you, why are you not going to provide mutual respect for the man that is going to provide for your castle? That's my question. That's the fallout. You're not going to obey the king that built your castle. And I say this to a lot of women who don't want to hear it, is that King Arthur didn't have a rebellion in his kingdom. His queen ran his kingdom while he was gone. And when he came back, it was peaceful. Now, why is it that a majority of our society, we have relationships where men have to have man caves because they're not satisfied and they're not happy in a relationship where the woman has taken over the house, whether it's her house or his house, and we can't find uniformity, which is why we turned a 4-hour show where 3 hours of it was about relationships when it was supposed to be about hate. Look, Haiti's society has crumbled so quickly and so badly that even the conversation about Haiti doesn't stand. At the end of the day, we got to talk about something else. Now, um, we've got some data sets that show an average total living cost with rents around $550 to $600 over in Haiti for one person, and about $1,300 to $1,400 for a family of four, with about $3,000 as the U.S. dollar ceiling. Now, other expat styles estimate places of comfort at the standard cost for families closer to $2,000 and $4,000 for comfort. So middle to upper middle class lifestyle where you're not settling for less, depending on the city and the neighborhood. So to get a cheaper number, you must account and accept for lower end housing, frequent outages, limited health access, and serious security constraints, which is not ideal for a family. So for a small or low income investor, Haiti is going to be more of a place to donate or partner with experienced NGOs and mission driven funds than to invest solo. So you got to know somebody in order to invest there. There are structured platforms like Haiti Invest that help channel private capital into local small and medium enterprises such as agriculture and services. But these are designed for institutional or higher net worth investors, not someone entering with a few $1,000s. So larger multilateral projects are going into solar infrastructure and essential services. For example, in IFC or IDB solar energy investment, which signals opportunity, but also that the risk is going to be higher than that of a big development bank, which is going to be a situation where if the bank step in, you might be able to see yourself getting a good investment, but you're not going to be getting nearly as much as them because they're going to outbid you on the tolls. So for low income investors, it would be far safer to invest indirectly through diversified emerging market funds on U.S. exchange than directly in Haitian-based projects. So if you see something in Haiti that's going well, you've got to find a ETF trade option on like Stash App or Nasdaq or something to that effect, where you can invest in the stock option, not directly in the company. Haitian culture is family centered with strong extended family networks, respect for elders, and a mix of Christian and traditional spiritual influences, where gender roles are generally traditional and patriarchal, where men are often seen as head of households, but women are key decision makers for daily family matters and children, which is what I was trying to get to throughout the last 3.5 hours. That's what a good relationship is supposed to be. So she is a primary decision maker, but I mean, dude is supposed to be able to put down the final nail in the coffin, right? Now, at the same time, there are serious concerns about gender-based violence and the impact of economic stress and insecurities on relationships. So traditional does not automatically mean stable or safe for women exclusively. Now, investment opportunities for low-income investors include Haitians that are going to be dealing with very high risk, not recommended for small individual foreign investors to go in directly, where affordable living under $3,000 a month has mathematically become possible, but safety, healthcare, and schooling uh, quietly make it a pool of poor practical choices for relocating an entire family, not even a smart person. And then family oriented traditional women have the culture in Haiti that does value family or traditional roles. But the overall environment of violence and poverty with weak institution makes it a problematic match for a man intentionally relocating for that explicit reason. So while you can go to that country and find the type of person that you're looking for, it is not likely that the society is the one that you want to live in order to thrive in a family dynamic. Do you believe that the coup force can stabilize in Haiti like in Burkina Faso? I gave it a swing once tonight because corruption made donations not reach targets and fueled internal divisions that lead to the coup. Um, when we look at countries like Cuba that have two societies in one country, the standard society and then the black market society. While a coup turns over government politics and then puts everybody into a position where we have a new authority, or at least we don't have a bad authority, you have a scenario where the societal infrastructure is not going to reestablish itself because the knowledge of the people that are now in charge is to dominate through force and violence, not negotiate in politics. So you have a perspective where the only way society will recover is if the violence stops. So the kidnappings, the ransoms, the hostage negotiations with resources to compel people to perform is got to stop in order to bring back stability. Likewise, they would have to make a safer environment for external investors because a society that is built off of 60% poverty cannot thrive as a financially successful country because most of the people don't got shit. And when the top 1% is paying for everybody else, it is a dictatorship no matter what you look at. So if 40% of the wealth is divided between 10 or 20 different gangs, you don't have a stable continent, or not continent, you don't have a stable country. And the problem that you're going to have with there is the only way that Haiti would become a stable country is if the 4 or 10 or 20 whatever leaders come together and have a Italian mafia style peace treaty where nobody fucks over anybody else, and they turn this into organized gang structure where there's no pillaging, there's no kidnapping, there's no raping, there's no nothing. And it is all about building the country up and building society up and returning resources and returning civility back to the society. That would be the only logical way to recover from what has already happened. But that requires the intellect of leadership to have that dynamic and then the loyalty of followers in the game to support that habit. Because if a leader has a great idea and nobody wants to follow it, it ain't going to go nowhere. But a leader can have a bad idea like Hitler and destroy half of a society. So it requires I said this at the beginning of the podcast. The the country itself is only bad because of the majority of the society that is forcing it to be that way. It cannot get better if the majority of society that is keeping it that way doesn't change the way they do things. So, can they bounce back if everybody works together to bounce back? Yes. Will they bounce back while everybody is fighting each other and unwilling to negotiate and cooperate? No. Just like a house divided will never stand, a country divided will never stand. Unlike America, we stand and stay divided at the same time. And the only thing that keeps us together is everybody's financially greedy. That's the reason why we thrive. We are the richest country in the world, but we're the most wasteful country in the world. The national standard for wealthy starts at around 30 to $50,000, and our poverty line stops at $30,000. But Americans are still considered financially stagnant because they're living paycheck to paycheck at $250,000 a year in California, and they're only living that way because of inflation. And inflation exists because as big business raises prices, wasteful, poor-minded Americans will spend money on that anyway, not because it's a bare necessity, but because they want to have it and look good in front of their friends. Gucci, Louis Vuitton, Chanel, Lexus, BMW, Bentley, they're buying luxury so that they can be perceived as luxury because they have more stuff than they have money. So they end up staying poor because they spend most of their money on impressing other people for external validation instead of sacrificing external validation for personal validation and personal wealth and long-term longevity, where they will actually have a retirement plan where they choose to work, not be forced to work, where they could retire 20 years after they become an adult. You do it right for 20 years from 18 to 48, 18 to 38. You can retire at 38 as a millionaire or multimillionaire. You can carry it forward another 20 years, be halfway to a billionaire, and not have to worry about what you're going to do between 60 and 100. But the average person gets an extra $500 in their paycheck and they're buying something stupid. The average person gets a promotion and they're buying something stupid. And when I say buying something stupid, you're upgrading a car that you bought and paid for a car you got to pay notes on. You're upgrading from a landlord that you rented from 20 years to renting from a landlord that you can barely afford to pay, and then they're going to charge you late fees and evict you out of there. You're going to go from being in a stable income with an authority figure you have to respect and abide by, like living with your parents or your aunt and uncle or something like that, to living on your own, trying to show your ass to your family members. And then you got people stealing your stuff because you're living with roommates anyway, but you're living with people you can't trust instead of living with people you can trust, where you could have stayed at home and pooled your money together like Mexicans and be able to leave your doors unlocked. Now you're living in a dorm room with people you can't trust, and now you got to buy a brick security system to keep from being robbed but you at class. So the reason why the majority of our society is rich and poor at the same time is due to poor decisions. And I say that to get back to Haiti and say the reason why Haiti is not going to recover anytime soon is because of poor decisions. If anybody foreign nation, if anyone foreign nation establish order for them, there will be new tariffs. Yes, if they're ever allowed to start bringing anything into that port, there's going to be a different kind of tariff. There is technically a tariff already in place, and that's the bartering system that we were talking about at the top of the show, because the people have to pay a tax or a bribe or something to that effect in order to get through to certain areas. People have to pay a surplus price because once resources get into certain controlled areas, it's hard for those resources to come back in a second time. So that means limited supply, high demand, and high demand encourages inflation. And as a result, the poor people who can barely afford their day to day is now going to have to lie, cheat, and steal to get extra money to get the bare necessities. That is going to cause further corruption in society. So where people would otherwise have went and got them a second job in order to carry the weight so that they could pay for the things in America, in Haiti, there isn't an option for a first job, much less a second job. So they're end up in a situation where the country ends up collapsing because nobody's doing it right. It's not just a handful of criminals that are fucking the situation up. It is 60 to 80% of the population that is fucking the situation up. And that's going to be why you have 60% of the poverty. And if you're born into poverty, you don't know how not to be poverty, not to be in poverty. You have to learn by leaving that society and learning how not to be poor, and then come back to that society and reincorporate that knowledge into that society. And that's one of the reasons why this podcast exists, is to take common knowledge and bring it back to the people who want to learn from it. Not everybody's going to want to learn from it, but it is common knowledge that other people could have researched and thought for themselves and then applied this into their own lives so that they can no longer be broke. Uh, but very few people will do that. I do have quite a few individuals in the membership right now that are actually proactively changing their lives and improving their lives for the better, but it requires them to learn. Special shout out to TF Fireball. It is past your bedtime, boy. Was you streaming late? No, I'm still on the first stream from before. Normally I would have been off, but I don't got nothing to do for another 30 minutes. So I was about to wrap things up with this one. Her comment, and I think your comment might be the last one, but you was not supposed to be up this time of night. It is not a holiday. You got school in the morning. It is 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. You got school in the morning. You was not supposed to be up this late at night. And then special shout out to Max Opposer, because he should have been popped on since you popped on. Oh, you're on spring break. I thought your spring break was last week. Half the people should have been. Well, they do alternate it depending on the school. She said the Sahel region of Africa, Niger, Chad, Mali, and Bakarin Fasil all have had coups to stop using French money and change export rules. So, what hope is there for Haiti being alone, far from similar cultures? The hope is that external forces come in and provide alternative solutions. Those external forces are going to have to come in with extreme quantities of force because the internal forces have gotten used to power and the internal forces are not trying to rebuild the infrastructure. They're trying to maintain control of their structure. And greed is going to corrupt the purest of hearts. Therefore, the cop that used to be a cop that's now the leader of one of the gangs is no longer trying to fix the problem. They're trying to maintain control over the territory that they have. Some places might be safer than others because some gangs might protect themselves. The difference between the Crips and the Bloods when minorities made gangs to protect their society from police. Now those gangs, the young the YNs are out there shooting one another because of the colors on their back, not actually standing up for anything. Um, they're in a chaotic position where they're just really running around with Glock switch shooting at each other just because they rep a different squad to be able to claim that they're able to pull the trigger without fear, that they're able to claim that they're willing to take a life without fear, but they're not willing to stand on a street corner and be a human stop sign for 18 hours a day. They're not willing to stand in the middle of the road and be a human traffic light for 10 hours a day. They're not willing to be out there in the middle of the night helping women and children get home safely and helping men build fences and helping people rebuild societies and helping poor and low income communities stop being poor low income communities. They're more willing to assert their authority on one another and then use violence when they can't use negotiation skills. And that type of mentality, just like in Haiti, is not going to amount to the type of rebuildable infrastructure because there's too many people unwilling to change the way they are. So what hope is there? The country will maintain its existence because people still are born there, people still live there, people still die there. Resources do come to that city, that country from other places. But to regain stability and control since what we talk about 2023, they've got a long, long way to go before they get to an area where stability is a thing. Now, if there was one gang uniformly controlling the whole country, can that one gang rebuild the country? Yes, if the leader has a vision and everybody's willing to follow it. They have multiple gangs, which means that they have a systematic civil war happening amongst multiple factions. And while there's three or more different factions fighting over the same territory, the same way the North fought the South in America, it is unlikely until there's only one faction standing, it is unlikely for the coup to turn over a rebuilt infrastructure. She said, I have a deep love and respect for Haiti. I do too. I just didn't think I was going to get with all the stuff that I got tonight. She said, I hope for a brighter future for its people. The vast majority are good. It just takes a select few. You got to think out of a few million people, all it takes is 50,000 to fuck it up for everybody else. 50,000 people out of 11 million people can fuck up the whole country. And the 60% of poverty does not have to be the 50,000 people fucking it up for everybody. But 50,000 people divided between five major gangs was 10,000 people in each gang. There's not much that you can do to change that. I don't have a solution for that problem. One authority has to stand. Haiti is a perfect example of why relationships don't work because you cannot have multiple leaders. There has to be one leader at a time. As long as there's multiple leaders, the country will not be able to unite. Once they decide that they're going to stop fighting against one another and work together as a team, that is when they will start thriving together. And that's what I argue about with relationships, is that once they stop fighting with one another, uh, they will have to work together in order to bring about a better civilization. She said 50,000 is a small it is so small relative to 11 million, but wow, that is terrifying. That not now you see why I was telling you now that I got your attention, that is the reason why I told you that it wasn't misogyny. Because when you got 50,000 people in one of five different factions, that is fucking up the rotation. It is too many people screwing it up. It is not just a handful of dudes in vans that just running out there snatching up a handful of. I don't want to rehash the same, but that's why I said it. Well, it's not perceived that way, because when you look at 50,000 people fucking up, and that is some of them, right? But 50,000 people fucking it up for 11 million people, that is like a five different terrorist groups that just can't be controlled because there's no more government. So whatever happens, it's just like in the purge. Whatever happens, it's gonna happen because there's no one there to stop it. So the worst in people can come out of the worst people because there's no one there to stop them. But 50,000 is a small number in comparison to 11 million. But 50,000 terrorizing a country, in 11 million, you would assume in America the same magnitude of that would be about 85 million Americans fucking it up for 385 million Americans. That's kind of what it would be. It would be like the Democratic Party destroying the country for the Republicans. It would be like the Black America destroying the country for white America. The minority becoming the majority shit starter. That's what it would be like. It would be like Mexico, like invading America and never going anywhere. The 13 million Mexicans that are still here, if they were to literally just terrorize the White House, that's kind of how it would be. And if infrastructure falls, government falls, presidents die, Pentagon leaders die, no one's willing to follow instructions, no one's willing to put their lives on a line. There are no leaders, there are no pensions, there are no paychecks. I have no reason to be here because I don't even get a salary anymore. Everybody says fucking and leave like a zombie apocalypse. And once that happens, anything goes. And that is not misogyny, that is chaos. That is what I was talking about a couple hours ago. I understand your opinion. I just know that your opinion fits in a different country. It doesn't fit in Haiti. It does. You do have the right point, but it's for places like India where it is exclusively only violence against women. That is what we're talking about. Places where like a dude can walk free and safe and don't have to worry about nothing, but let a chick go out there, all of a sudden something bad to happen. That I agree with, right? But yeah, 50,000. That is some serious shit. I didn't get to that part, but that's some serious shit. That's like our local police force. Actually, I think because we have less than 1% of our population as law enforcement, I think that 50,000 might account for quite a few states worth of law enforcement all come together and terrorizing everybody individually. 50,000 on 5,000, that's oppression. And if that 50,000 is migrating around the state, nobody is going to want to fuck with those 50,000 because there's too many of y'all and not enough of us. If we went civil war, external forces would divide our country like China in the early 40s. We won't go that route. Oh no, ma'am, it ain't gonna be like China. It's gonna be like South and North Korea. It's gonna be like South and North Korea. We're gonna be in a situation where we're gonna have two governmental powers the same way we did back in the 40s. Because at no point in time are we going to have the Republican Party's views backed under the same authority as the Democratic Party's views if we had another civil war. We would have two different types of cultures here. Guaranteed, hands down. And there's a strong possibility that slavery will come back. Not because it'll be forced upon society, but because I will work for you for free to pay off my debt, is where slavery came from. When people used to sell themselves into slavery, not the ones that was abducted and brought here against their will, the people who came here for financial salvation, and they sold themselves into slavery to keep people from trying to kill them because they didn't pay their debts, and those people sold themselves into indentured servitude. Maybe, but Canada and Mexico will take territories. No, I don't think so. Canada, yes. I think Canada would take a lot of territory because they're really pissed off about that Jack Daniels situation that we had earlier last year. What was it, like $8 or $10 billion worth of alcohol that they're no longer filtering through their country right now. But Mexico, I don't think Mexico will come to America and take territories. And the reason why I don't think Mexico will come to America and take territories is because people only come to America because America's got money. There's a lot of opportunity to get money. And Mexicans are willing to do it for far less than what an American is willing to do it for. A Mexican will do it for $7, $8, $10 an hour. Americans, I got a degree, you got to give me $30 an hour minimum, right? So there's a land of opportunity because $100 in America is like 1,000 pesos in Mexico. It goes a long way. A peso is like $1 for them. A peso is like a penny for us. It goes a long way, right? If America falls, there's no American profit, which means there's no reason to come to America. They only come here because we throw money away because we don't want to do shit. We are either lazy, we're irresponsible, or unknowledgeable because capitalism is going to be on the weak, on the lazy, on the ignorant. All right. So at the end of the day, if we're willing to pay for somebody else to do it for us, if we don't know what to do and we're willing to pay somebody who knows what to do, you know, if we're willing to be tricked into doing something that we don't need to do to pay somebody to get the job done, Mexicans can come here and make a bunch of money off of us. The pain points in life that can turn a profit is where small businesses are created. Everything in life, even my ability to give you guys advice on how to fix your finances, at the end of the day, it's a pain point because people understand. I don't have to know you directly to be able to understand that people come to this show because they heard on one of my shows that there's other ways for them to make changes in their lives, and without them being called out into a spotlight and being humiliated and embarrassed in front of society about what financial problems they have, they can just come to the show, listen to what's going on, and be like, oh shit, I didn't know I could do that. And then they will pivot and start seeing improvements in their lives. Right. But truth is that only because that is a pain point, life coach, self-help, uh, financial advice, decision making skills, common knowledge that is not common because we're overwhelmed with information from technology. The social media is so full of red pill, blue pill, black pill podcasts that as soon as a man starts talking, women automatically assume that the man is going down that road, but that's not always the case because so many people are look for chaos or entertainment. A lot of guys go after the girls that are dancing on the shows and wearing the skimpy outfits, but they're not going to learn how to make themselves better. But they know that they don't like their job. They know that they wish they had more money. They know they don't like the neighborhood that they live in. They know they can't afford to get a better place to stay, but they always believe that it's not always going to be like this without ever putting forth the effort to no longer be like this. And then they fall into this podcast because I'm on their For You page. And then all of a sudden I give them the information that helps them understand that there's so many different ways that you can make and change your future for the better, where you can go from being broke to not needing money, go from struggling to not having to worry, to go from stress to not having stress, to go from being alone to being happy instead of being content. And once I start talking about all of these things, people flood in. So the truth of the matter is that Mexico is only coming to America because there's something here for Mexico. Once America collapses, the U.S. dollar collapses, the U.S. government collapses, it's going to be like a zombie apocalypse. Everybody's going to be traveling south. Everybody's going to be traveling south because there ain't shit here. Once America falls, ain't shit here. If America turns into a desperado land, do you think that they're going to leave organized crime with the cartel in Mexico and come to unorganized crime into America? Do you think that Mexicans will jump the fence to come to the purge? I don't think so. I don't think they will. Is it one of the few people that goes live and actually has intelligence? Special shout out Friend Zone. Yes, I try to tell them. I try to tell them. I bring them so much stuff. Not too many people like what I gotta say, but I bring them so much stuff. Uh, but it's hard sometimes because it depends on when people fall into the channel. Because if they fall into the channel, they like and subscribe, they like what they hear, then they might stay. But then sometimes they'll fall into the channel and we're on a topic that they don't want to hear, and oh no, he's one of those red pill podcasts, and then they just fall off and they're missing out. I'm not missing out because I'm gonna do this every night of the week. But one of the things that I try to do is I try to help people think that there's another way to do it. Um, she said Mexico would definitely renegotiate the Rio de Janeiro, the Rio de Grande territory for California. New Mexico, part of Texas, California would embrace the rooted heritage, and the Pacific Northwest to Michigan would be Canada. Hmm. Well, just because they had that territory once before doesn't mean that they would likely take it a second time. But I do see your point because Mexico did have Texas, no, New Mexico, and California as part of its territories once before, but America pushed them back. So I would see how you would assume that it would likely go back to the same thing if America were to fall. But one of the things that I'm trying to bring to your observations is that if the country is destroyed by civil war, there's no infrastructure. And with no infrastructure, Mexico would have to bring resources to America to rebuild it. It would likely not occur to that magnitude since Mexico is struggling with resources. Canada has better of the capabilities of carrying it south because Canada is not in conflict with itself. Canada is not overrun with cartel. So Canada would easily be able to expand and take over the top half of America, going as far down as maybe Arkansas and North Dakota without an issue. And if there are still people fighting in Texas and Louisiana and Mississippi and California, it is not likely that Mexico is going to take less than adequate resources and come to America and try to battle the endless supply of firearms that America carries on a regular basis. Because once the country collapses, so will the gun laws. Society has a lot of problems that didn't exist 40 years ago. I was a grown man then too. Mexicans have been coming here to work uh, farms since WW2, and it was fine until hippies started doing cocaine. You ain't lying, bro. You are not lying. That is one of the reasons why I keep telling them it's not gonna go the same way it went before. He said the American South is absolutely dependent on the federal tax revenue from California. Exactly what I'm telling you. So if the infrastructure falls, bro, Mexico is not gonna be like, oh yeah, I want that, Holmes. Shit, they're gonna be like, fuck that. It's dangerous over there. The Americans, they be killing each other. No, it's sad. I go down the Panama Canal, my friend. uh then why doesn't the US just deal with its dope addicts and dope dealers? Will go elsewhere. Well, this is the funny thing about that. And we're gonna wrap it up with this question here. Um, First and foremost, capitalism. Addicts buy drugs. Billionaires make money off of pharmaceuticals selling drugs. Pharmaceuticals don't sell as many drugs to prescription fillers than they do to addicts because prescription fillers take them in moderation. Addicts overdo it. And then you start talking about the price of it. Prescription fillers get it at a reduced price on an insurance plan. Addicts get it at street price based on risk factor. So, $1,000 worth of medication through a pharmacy is $10,000 on the street. If they get rid of the addicts, you have to understand who the dope dealers are: the government. If the government stops unnecessarily producing drugs that don't benefit people, then you would have less addicts. How many addicts do you have in Asia? They got them, not nearly as much as what we got, and they have a larger population than what we've got. He said, Ronnie Reagan and Oliver North accelerated cocaine distribution with military aircraft, making Morocco great again. You're right, but you got to also understand cocaine was used in Coca-Cola. Cocaine was also used medicinally. So is methamphetamines. So is fentanyl. But recreationally, a few hippies started taking their parents' prescription drugs, going out into a field with their friends and tripping balls. Take a few Adderall, drink a few beers, smoke a couple of blunts, sex, drugs, and alcohol. The 70s. Why would big corporation stop that trend? They're making billions of dollars off of it. That's why. They deal with addicts and dealers severely in other countries. You're right, but America profits off of addicts and dealers. America profits twice off of addicts and dealers. Three times. Three times. Dealers, American government, pharmaceuticals, doctors, pharmacies, Walmart, right? Addicts, the buyers. Let's start with the one that didn't register with the state, the local drug dealer, because that's what you are referring to. Getting rid of the dealers, the ones that are unregulated, unregistered. Those guys go to jail. That is going to be fines. That's going to be probation. That's going to be money out of that person's pocket going into the pocket of the government. The whole time they're in jail, they are a profit because they get paid per head to house criminals. When they go to court, that is going to be a profit because lawyers get paid to represent clients. Judges get paid to trial cases. Bailiffs get paid to protect the judge. Court reporters get paid to take notes. Witnesses get paid to watch the scenario and do reports. The whole legal system is based off of the illegalization of something that should be industrialized, which is the reason why it took so long to legalize weed. So they're going to make money off of the legal distribution of it. They're going to make money off of the illegal distribution of it. This is the third part that they make extra money: rehab, detox, profits, so that they can pass a drug test. Rehab centers, profits, so that they can send the people back out. And ironically, they haven't taken the drugs off the street. So you treated the symptom. The addict is going to succumb to temptation and then back up into rehab. They're not fixing the problem because they're going to make money from multiple different areas. If you deal with the addicts, the dealers are going to find new addicts. If you deal with the dealers, there's no reason for addicts. She said, if Mexican American are experiencing purge conditions in the U.S., they will call allies across borders to California, as a Democratic state would open borders if California are getting purged by Republicans. California is large enough to be its own country, but I strongly believe because California depends upon the budget from Washington, D.C., that if in the event, because they spend more money than they make, if in the event that a purge occurred where government collapses, incomes are stopped being generated and salaries are no longer being paid, where lying, cheating, and stealing is the traditional norm, like Haiti. If America became Haiti, Mexico would not come to America because America still has more resources than, America has more resources than Mexico to cause extreme, catastrophic violence. That's what we're to. So if America doesn't nuke itself, where the society is not feasible to rebuild for generations to come, it is not likely that Mexico would just come over because they're being killed for coming over now. If we were in a everything that moves gets got society, it would be less safe for a Mexican to come. They would probably close the borders and leave America to a desolate wasteland if it turned into a civil war. Now, if you come from the dynamic that the entire population is wiped out, the lands are unprotected, there's no conflict left behind, would Mexico move in on unmanned territory? Yes. But would Mexico fight against the reckless decisions of American people? No, they will not. Under no circumstances, they would not. Would Canada move south and spread their borders on a conflicting America? No, they would not. Why do you ask? Because I know you're thinking, why do you think that? Because we still have nukes. So while everybody's running around shooting at one another, the fact is, all we need is one asshole with the right equipment to push the button. And I can guarantee you that the nearest target would be blown to smithereens like Hiroshima. As long as everybody's on the ground with handguns and knives, Mexico is going to mind its own business, and so will Canada. Because if they come over here with military forces, the one thing that America's got that no other country's got, that we will stop our social divide so that we can band together and get rid of the immigrants. We will stop our chaos to say, this is our land to fight each other over. You don't belong here. And we will work together to force out any opposing force from anywhere else. We are a country divided, and we only survive out of greed. Our states are 50 countries with tight alliances. I'm saying before total collapse, we would collapse to state governments. And if in the state, individual state will act as countries and make unique alliances. Well, that's what I understand what you're saying, and I do agree with that dynamic. But the other issue is that Texas and California would not have the ability to do what you're recommending with Mexico, from the dynamic that the same way the 13 colonies marched on the South for, I think, a week before the South started building up an army, is the same way that a self-governing California or a self-governing Texas is not going to be preparing itself for an onslaught from across the continent. A self-governing Florida, vacation state, not really talking about preparing itself for an onslaught from Georgia. Even though it is a larger landmass and it is a larger population, they are not, certain states do not carry the mentality or the military presence to be able to withstand other states. So if we had 50 states, 50 on 50, every state against itself, until the conflict stops, it would likely be too much conflict for any other one country to move in. Because one of the things that, like I said before, at the beginning of collapse, when the official government collapses and the highest authority is state level, all states are going to agree, can't let the Mexicans in, can't let the Canadians in. That's where we stick together. That is where we stick together. We will fight amongst ourselves as Americans, because that is our constitutional right. But we will not, I'll be damned if another nation will set foot on this land and start shit. That is the American way. We will tear each other down, but we will work together to stop someone else from benefiting from us. That's the American way. So I don't see Mexico and Canada coming to America. If they came together, maybe with a little help from Germany, probably. But if one came thinking that, oh, it's going to be, you see what's happening to the 13 million. We are rioting in the streets right now. You see what's happening to the 13 million Mexicans that are being put out of the country by choice or by force. Could you imagine if there were no laws? If there were no laws where taking these people's lives would be okay, 13 million Mexicans would have got murdered. Do you think that Mexico would come here if 13 million Mexicans would have got murdered? I don't think so. I think they'll be like, nah, fuck that. There's still at least 300 million Americans over there that's willing to kill on sight. Racial bias, right? Gender inequality, racial inequality. Yeah, they're willing to do the dirty. So in that situation, I believe that it would be just as dangerous, if not worse, and I believe that they would not come to avoid the same way that Haiti is a red flag state, no fly zone. America would turn into the same thing. Just I don't think all of Texas would be on board. California, if being attacked by Midwest states, then Latin populations would impress upon the governor. We need to draw mercenaries from South America. Okay, so if California was attacked by Tennessee and Kentucky together, and we had no local government, no federal government, it could be possible that California could reach out to some support from a neighboring country to back them up in that particular dynamic. But under the observation that Texas is going to fight Mexico and Texas is likely going to try to take California. If Tennessee and Kentucky and Texas are all attacking California, I don't see Mexico getting involved because I agree with your perspective, and I believe that your perspective holds a high level of logic. But what your perspective is missing is which states are locating all of our missiles. And that in Wisconsin, Illinois, places like that where the missile silos are, if we fall into civil unrest and political disarray, what you fail to understand is that there's no longer a unified authority to not use those missiles. And in that dynamic, we will find ourselves in a position, other countries will find themselves in a position where they're more vulnerable to being blown to smithereens. So they're not going to encroach on a civil dispute. They will wait until it resolves itself. And then when nobody's willing to push the button anymore, then they will invade. They're not going to help civil war. You just seen how nobody wanted to help the United States go after Iran. Nobody's going to help the United States for a civil war. They will pick the pieces off the corpse after it has killed itself off, but they will not stop the conflict. They will not get involved with the conflict. They will let it ride. Let's see how this plays out. And then at the end of it all, if America destroys itself enough, then we can move in because America can't defend itself. But as long as America can defend itself, nobody is going to come here. Europe will come for Maine and New York via Greenland. The logistics would be significantly more difficult than Canada or Mexico entering. So if Mexico is stable, they may not want South America getting in. True, that could be a hypothetical observation. But again, I would see Germany coming before Britain. I would see chaos ensuing from other areas further away than Mexico and Canada. I believe Canada, first of all, is a sovereign nation. So Canada is going to watch and observe and not get involved. And then after everything is done, while providing relief, they will just take over territory in a peaceful fashion. But like bringing troops to take over. I don't see Great Britain coming to America with all the subs and shit that we got. No. If you look at the equipment that America has as at its disposal, if America is using it on itself, every country around the world will wait until we run out of ammo before they start going after America. They will not get involved. Federal government being disabled may deter capacity to launch nukes if you have them and don't know how to use them. They are effectively out of commission. That is a misconception because every place that there is a nuke, there are people who know how to use it. And in the military, you do as you are told from your commanding officer, not from the president of the United States. So if the White House was blown up and the president and all of Congress was at the White House at that time, the Pentagon would run the country. So ultimately, we would be under a different authority, and it would be more of a monarchy than it would be a bunch of states taking action against one another. But if we assume that each individual state's local military and local police would back itself up, the people in the missile silos have the ability to launch those missiles. They launch the missile based on a phone call. They don't launch the missile from the White House. The White House makes a phone call, and then wherever the missiles are, they get launched. That's how that operates. And as a result, you have the drone strikes that have missiles on them, and the drones are everywhere. Local airports, different ships, stuff to that effect, submarines. So there's so many different places where if land gets destroyed, the sea will become its own thing. Every ship would be its own authority. So those ships can then end up conquering other things. So it's still not the idea, because you have to remember, Civil War, not everybody's going to agree, and most of us are still going to call ourselves Americans. So the problem is that when you think about an invasion, even during Civil War, an invasion is not going to happen until other countries can guarantee that the worst weapons we have are gone. After that, then they would come in. So I think many states would be willing to go with Canada, maybe even Mexico. I don't think so. I don't think so. Because everybody who said that they were going to leave America if Donald Trump got elected is still going to work every day. They're paying 25% extra taxes on their light bill because Canada's providing electricity to the northern America, and they're losing all of their jobs because Canada's not buying alcohol anymore from America. And the everything is changing where Americans are staying Americans regardless of how much they believe that America sucks, because they don't know another way. So I don't believe that anybody's going to go anywhere. I think that just like we don't like the way HOA tells us how to live in our own house, that Americans will fight with each other about how we're supposed to function. We'll go into civil war, but as soon as an outsider steps in, everybody will go back to banding together and fighting against that outsider. That's what I think will continue to happen. Now, as I did tell you guys, I do have something I got to tie myself into, so I'm going to have to wrap up the show at this point. First, I want to say, ladies, as long as the situation doesn't make sense, I'm going to keep asking you ladies to make it make sense. So, ladies, please make it make sense. Crow Girl, it was a fantastic conversation with you tonight. I really appreciate you coming to tonight's show. Fellas, I give y'all this information to make y'all higher value men. I give y'all this information to help y'all with the capabilities of finding the things in your life that you can control and proactively putting forth the effort to change the things that are inside of your control, thus improving your life, which ultimately gives you the ability to navigate around things that are outside of your control. Now, ladies, while this is a male-driven podcast from the male's perspective, you too can take the information I give you and make yourselves higher value women, because it's not just about increasing your financial success as a higher value individual. It is also improving your decision-making skills so that you can benefit from your success. Because otherwise you can make yourself a millionaire and be broke tomorrow when you blow in 100,000 in one night, like that Rick Ross song. So what I tell you, ladies, is that you have to first build your 20 or 30-year plan, figure out what you need to get there, reverse engineer how you're going to get there, and then proactively focus today on building the things that you need to build to get to where you got to go. And if you keep your eyes and ears open, you can find yourself connecting with an individual that has like-minded decision-making skills, which would aid you in your capabilities of making your goals. because you can get there faster with two people than you can with one. Nobody wants to live a lifetime of being alone, and everybody looks forward to that ability to have a good partnership and a good relationship, but we don't know where to look for it. So I just keep giving you guys options as to where you could go to start looking in other places than the traditional places that have not worked for us in the past. So keep that in mind as we come into tomorrow's show, because we have a lot of good things for you for the rest of the week. I want to thank you guys for coming to This and That. I'm your host, Xander, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between. And I will see you guys tomorrow night.
Higher ground! Used to chase validation, now I validate myself. Building inner strength, putting doubt upon the shelf. No more unnecessary drama, no more wasted time. Climbing higher, constantly making my own climb. Standing on higher ground where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds, raising the bar, breaking ground. My network is my net worth. Choose your company wise. Surround yourself with eagles, not with sheep in disguise. Every interaction is a reflection of my brand. Quality over quantity, that's my personal command.